Morning. Hope everybody has a upcoming wonderful weekend. Oh, still stuff going on back and forth with Hezbollah this morning already. It's going back and forth, back and forth. But the reports are that the Iranians are sending a delegation to Pakistan. And like I put in my description, here we go again. Oh, here we go again. Let the madness continue. I don't know. I don't even know what to say anymore. It's like, I feel like Groundhog Day. It's like Groundhog Day. Here we go again. And I'll say it again. It's like the definition of insanity. Looking for a different result. I mean, really? You're still going to try to negotiate with these? If you so-called hold the cards, oh my God, and the pressure's being applied, why are you negotiating with them? I can't even tell you how frustrating this is. I wake up, thank God I took my medication. I'm good. It is just, and there's stuff going on in the UK. I'm going to just start off from the top and share the screen on the on X. I mean, you can't even make a spoof movie worse than this. What's up, Grey Wolf? I don't know what's going on, Grey Wolf, I'm telling you. I don't know if I'm just being very sarcastic and just laughing because it's just such bullshit. I mean, I can't even take this serious anymore, which is not good. It's just like, listen, make up your mind so the Ford could get home, all those servicemen and women can get home. They're way, way overdue to get home. Send them to Norfolk, get them home. It's been since 64 since we had a carrier. Now they're saying today the three carriers are now officially together. First time. I think I'm going to read it. Let's get into it. But come on now. Can we stop this nonsense? This is such, I mean, I was watching The Enforcer last night. I was actually in the chat. Not that they were paying attention. Necessarily. I think they only pay attention to their super chats like most others do. And ignore, the others. But, I guess that's part of the game, right? I don't do that. I make sure everybody, except for Eugene. Eugene is going to be like, oh, I feel bad that I went after Eugene, taking it out of context yesterday. So I thought he was going after me. But it was him and JC were going back and forth in chat. It is like a bad dream. It's like I said, it's like a bad Groundhog Day dream. Good morning, Amy. It's like a bad Groundhog Day dream. And then he knows the negative stuff out there that people are talking about. Like, this is a shit show. So obviously they're aware. I always say this. Another thing too is sometimes it's best not to say anything. Usually when you negotiate in public, it doesn't end up well. Usually that's why professionals and people that have been experienced in doing this a long time, they keep their comments to themselves, not to make matters worse. They wait till they get behind closed doors and talk without making it public. Let them discuss it. when you throw shit out there in the public, it's like using the National Enquirer or whatever. It's not a good thing. Put it this way, it's not helpful. It's actually detrimental when you make statements with rhetoric. It's better to shut up, try to work out a deal if that's what you want to do. Enough said. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes it's best not to put it out there. Just talk to them behind the scenes. If it doesn't work out, then you say, well, we tried to negotiate with them. It just didn't work out. But this everyday soap opera, and it's just like, oh my God. I don't know if we're dealing with an 8-year-old or sometimes you got to wonder. You do have to wonder. Just tone it down. But he doesn't know what it's like to tone things down. We all know that. In general. Diplomacy should be done not in the public domain, not on social medias. You do that with people behind closed doors. You sit down, you show some respect and dignity, even though you know how I feel about the regime. But you're not going to get nothing done in the public forum. Do that shit behind closed doors. It is like middle school children. I don't even know if you want to say it's middle school. It might be elementary. Or kindergarten. I don't want to say about kindergarten. That would be an insult to kindergarten kids. It's just ridiculous. It's just a joke. Let me just... How many times have we heard this phrase? Let me just show you. U.S. Secretary of War, all of us, and this just drives me nuts. Secretary of War. That has to be approved by Congress, by the way. That is not an official... do you realize that? The Secretary of War thing, this war, not Secretary of Defense? You know that has to be something that Congress is in responsibility to change that actually technically. It's like, this is a makeup name. You know that, right? Do you know that? That spins my head every time I see it too. It says Iran has an important choice, a chance to make a deal, a good deal, a wise deal. How many times have we heard this one? I mean, the United States has seized 2 dark fleet ships in the Indo-Pacific and warned more actions would follow. Just this week, we seized 2 Iranian dark fleet ships. They thought they'd make it out just in time. They did not. He added that the U.S. blockade on Iran was expanding its scope and geography, saying our blockade is growing and going global. We will seize more. Good. I see no issue with that. Good. He added that 34 non-Iranian vessels are allowed to transit, while warning our blockade is growing and growing global. We will seize more. Okay, that's great. You're allowing other ships to flow through. But what are the Iranians going to do? You hear one side, and then you hear the other side saying another thing. It's like, I don't even know who to believe anymore, to be honest. I really don't even know who to believe anymore. I gotta be honest. I would love to say I would believe our side. I really would. I really would. As an American citizen, supporting my country, of course. It's a no-brainer. Oh. Now, this is interesting. A journalist from LBC was offered payment by an alleged Iran-linked contract to carry out street-level acts of vandalism within hours of contact, the British broadcaster reported on Friday. The undercover reporter, engaged with a Telegram channel advertising high-paid work, was instructed to burn images of Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu in London Street and send video proof in exchange for cryptocurrency. This is the first step in building trust, and I will pay for it, the account wrote. Matt Jukes, the deputy commissioner of the Met Police, has warned that proxies being asked to act on behalf of Iran are easily expendable and will be dropped by the handlers as soon as police get involved. You gotta wonder what Starmer's so worried about, right? That's and that is low-level bullshit. You got to realize what the real threat of these radical Islamic jihadis in a lot of countries. They're everywhere. They are everywhere. But I think it's really, really a major security concern in the UK and France and some of these other European countries. That's why they're scared shitless to do anything, because of the internal situation within their countries. We've seen it in the past. Haven't we not seen it in the past? That's what they're afraid of. And you could see how they cozy up, and it's like, I don't want to say certain words because it's too early in the morning for that, really. But let's just say, you could see how they cozy up to that particular group. Yet, that's right there. I'll say it again. That's bullshit. You treat everyone in your country equally. What about the rest of the people in your country? You're alienating them. What the heck is going on in the UK and France and some of these other countries? What are they doing? It's hard to get your head. It really is. It's just crazy. But yeah, they're trying to cause havoc. And that's, like I said, that's some real low-level stuff. God forbid it gets into a different level. You know what I mean? What's up, CB? And yeah, he brought that. He was asked a question, I guess. Will he not use a nuclear weapon in a war against Iran, saying the United States has already decimated Iran through conventional means? And he said that nuclear weapons should never be used by anyone. I like that. I'm with that. Please, nobody use nukes. But that's also, he's saying that too because you hear Putin talking about using, in the past, tactical nukes against Ukraine and NATO and all that. So he's trying to set the standard and an example. Well, if I'm not going to use them in Iran, you shouldn't use them either. It's like sending a message at the same time. You know what I mean? What's up, Genghis? How are you? Long time no see. So I'm with that. I agree with that. Look at, and this is Switzerland. You know, they're neutral. Will gradually reopen its embassy in Tehran, with staff initially carrying out assessments ahead of full resumption of operations. So things are starting to get a little more open in Tehran because now they're going to open up more flights. That should be coming. Oh, here it is. This is why I made my title what it is and description. Iran's foreign minister is likely to arrive in Islamabad on Friday with a small team, and U.S.-Iran peace talks are expected to take place. And remember, a U.S. logistics and security team is already in the city for the talks. Remember we saw that plane and we were trying to figure out what the hell it was? Sam something. Remember that plane? That it landed and it went to Islamabad and then we saw it leaving? And I said, that might be the security team. That might have been the security team that was put in place. I may have been right. I'm not saying I was, but I may have been right. I might have caught that because they already had the security team there in preparation for the meetings. Remember that for those that were here? We might have caught that. Good morning, Dagger and Will and everybody. So we might have caught that a few days ago. All right, let's go more. Look, Iran will resume some international flights from Tehran's airport, that's in Tehran, on from Saturday. I don't know how that makes sense. On Saturday, from Saturday? Starting Saturday? Flights to Istanbul, of course, to Turkey, are set to restart as airspace reopens, with several Iranian carriers expected to operate the routes. Passenger public arrivals have also resumed, with further flight schedules to be updated as new approvals are issued. So they're opening up their airspace. We saw the United States release that security alert that if you want to get out of Iran, not if you want, you should, if you're an American citizen, you should be leaving Iran immediately if you haven't already, which you should have left already when the warning was issued in December. You should have left. I don't know what you're waiting for. I mean, you were there the whole time the bombing campaign was going on, and you're still there? What are you doing? Get the hell out of there. Let's have burgers for breakfast. I don't eat breakfast. I'm not a breakfast person. It's coffee and maybe one of these nasty donut sticks or cinnamon bun. That's what I do. I'm not a breakfast person. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, look, U.S. Central Command, CENTCOM, said the 3 aircraft carriers are not operating in the Middle East at the same time for the first time in decades. All 3 of them. God bless them all. And yes, if you're watching, we love you, we support you, and we hope for your safe return to your families, your loved ones. Get home safe, and Godspeed to all of you. Don't get me started, CB. CB, I got to look at your email. I got to figure out a way. Venmo or something. There's got to be a way, dude. There's got to be a way. Do I have to mail you a money order? I mean, got to figure out something. I want that shirt for my bike riding. Anyway, what is this about? The U.S. State Department said it's offering a reward of up to $10 million for the information on Hassim Finyan Rahim. What is these names? It's too early to try to read that whole name. I mean, like, seriously. He's the leader of the Iran-aligned militia Khatib Saeed al... Oh, God. KSS. Alexa, stop. KSS. Alexa, stop. Which it accused of attacks on U.S. personnel and facilities in Iraq and Syria, and as well as violence against Iraqi citizens. The notice said individuals providing information could be eligible for relocation or financial. Oh, they'll put them like in a safe house. Change their identification. You know, this guy. Instead of issuing a reward, take them out. Save us $10 million. Take them out. The Israelis will say, listen, we'll do it for you. We'll do it for free. We'll do it for free. Or give us the $10 million. We'll do it. With pleasure. If you want to do that, then go ahead. Like I said, you can find them at Walmart or USPS. We'll talk about that. So yeah, this guy, I'm doing laundry. This guy, they sent us your tip. So if you have a tip on this, help stop the violence against attacks against U.S. diplomatic facilities and innocent civilians. I guess, why are they saying Twitter? Why are they saying Twitter? What? Twitter? It's X. What is that? topic.twitter.com and all that. I mean, I could copy... Well, I don't think any of us are going to be there to find them. Is anybody here in Iraq or Syria? Because that's where he's at, probably. I need new stickers for my car. Anyway, Iranian officials project unity. Really? After Trump leadership remarks. Iranian officials rushed to present a unified front after the president questioned who leads the Islamic Republic. See, they are definitely under pressure. And it's true, they're losing so much money per day. What is the number? 500 million? You know, they talk the talk, the tough talk, but they're hurting. They're hurting in a lot of ways. And I feel so bad for the Iranian people who really are suffering. Let's not forget what these poor people are going through in Iran. the 80 plus million of them, because the regime has the support about what, maybe 5 million of them support the regime. If you do the numbers, what is it? If it's 5%, it's close to 4 to 5 million. If it's 10% that support the regime, then it would be closer to 10 million, just based on the numbers, the average. So it's not like they don't have their cultist Islamic jihadis on the streets supporting them, because they do. So we'll see how that comes out. So supposedly, reports have also pointed to the disputes of the nuclear negotiation with the United States. According to information received by Iran International, disagreements between officials aligned with the government and figures linked to the Mouse Jr. disrupted plans for talks in Islamabad. Said negotiators were instructed not to engage on the nuclear file. So what are they meeting about? If they're not to engage about the nuclear file, what is the sense of meeting? How are we traveling there if we know that they're not going to talk about the nuclear? What is the sense of talking? We've been down this trail before. What is the sense of going to meet with them if they're not going to talk about the nuclear? Why are we wasting time? To try to make a deal? Somehow, some way? Again, look up the definition of insanity. Doing the same thing over and over and over again and looking for a different result. This is what this looks like. Do they realize that? I would put a sign. Definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again looking for a different result. I would have that sign posted somewhere that they could be reminded of it. For real. What is going on? Oh, there was a live press conference. I know. I don't want to. Kevin, I don't even want to see it. I don't want to be sugar-coated candy morning early and gaslit this early in the morning, because my blood pressure I'll have to go to the ER. Because it's all spin. I can't. I'll wait till we see certain comments. There's already comments coming out from it. Yeah. Oh, like I said, don't get my blood pressure up, Kevin. It's not you. It's not you, Kevin. It's not you. Just like it wasn't Eugene yesterday. Yeah, it's like, that's all, folks. That's all, folks. It's like a freaking morning cartoon show. I hear the Bugs Bunny song in my head. That's what this is like. It's like a freaking, you couldn't make a movie. You couldn't even make a movie that would come close to this shit show. Even AI would have a problem creating a scenario, a script like this one. Seriously. It's like, I don't even know. Seriously, I do. Islamabad remains locked down as U.S.-Iran talks delayed. That's 3 hours ago. But now, look how contradictory this is. First it says this, right? But then if you go up here, well, now maybe not here, they say they're on their way. What is it? Are they on their way or they're not on their way? Are we on the way? We should check. We should check flight radar and see if we see any flights going to Pakistan. It's going to take some time, right? And they're going to have to make a stop to refuel, right? Exactly. Old carnival music. Oh my God, now you're going to make me think of a carousel in my head. We should all jump on the carousel. I could just see that's what maybe they should do. We should get the Iranians and the U.S. delegation to ride on a carousel and go on a ride, and maybe they'll all be happy when they get off and they can talk. Maybe they should send them to an amusement park together. Or some kind of an event together. And then they can all have a good time with smiles on their faces. I'm telling you, boy. Can we just stop the bullshit and can we just finish the job? You have 3 carriers there. Which is... And I pray for our servicemen and women, obviously. Oh, Kevin, I know. Isn't that nice? Let's not get into that. We'll have that conversation another time. Because right now, we went downhill and then we went way back up. I'm waiting for the downhill to come again. We'll talk about that later. Good morning, everybody. You could tell I'm in the mood, right? Yeah, we are. That's true. John makes a great point. We're already on the merry-go-round. Maybe I should write a song, Merry-Go-Round Round. Remember that song, Spin Me Right Round, Baby Right Round? We might have to revise that with my lyrics and change it up a little with the context. Now that song is in my head. I'm in trouble this morning. It's too early for this. It really is. Oh my God. They should do a video like that. A parody video, AI. And have like a U.S. delegate with an Iranian delegate. You spin me right round, baby, right round. And spin the person. They're dancing together. Or maybe we'll have to use a Boy George song. A Culture Club song. Oh, well, I can't. I'll get in trouble if I... Why isn't anybody thinking about this? Right? Oh, God, Kevin. I mean, what would it be if it was a... Do you want... Oh, God. Stop it, Bill. Stop. Oh, my God. I'm thinking of the song. Wah, 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 wah. What's that song? Do you really want... What is that song by Culture Club? Oh, my God. Oh. It ain't going to become a chameleon. But it's that other one, that slow one that he had. Do you really, when he's shaking, you really want to hold me? Oh my God. It's going to be like, we still want to have a love fest with you. Let's make a deal. Hurt me? Do you really want to hurt me? Is that it? Oh my God. Can you imagine a parody video with that song? With the Mouse Jr. and the president. And the Mouse Jr. is like all, I don't want to curse, but all like messed up. And he's singing, do you really want to hurt me? Oh my God. Let me stop. I don't know what's going on. Really want to make me cry? Oh, Jesus. We're in trouble this morning. We're done. It's over. Don't ask me what's going on because I don't even know what's going on. None of you know what's going on either, right? Oh, I'm in tears. It's too early. But that's good. I got off to a start. I saw that, John, before you took it down. I saw that. Yeah, do you really want to hurt me? Exactly, Keith. Oh, somebody's got to make that video. Yeah, we are all coping together, aren't we? And listen, it's good to laugh about things. It really is. Sense of humor is never a bad thing. It really isn't, because you gotta. I mean, like I said, my blood pressure just went down a little bit from this. I just released a lot just now. Oh my God, hell no. I mean, if you want to go to a song, Gitmo, I'm thinking more of a Twisted Sister song. You're gonna burn in hell. If we really, we could get into a whole different way of looking at it. You're gonna burn in hell. Hear no evil, see no evil, say no evil. Oh gosh, don't get me started now. Oh my God, who wrote that? John. Shame. I mean, should we really do one on Starmer and Macron? And the good Iranian singing, I want to break free. Yes, 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 yes. Oh, man. But yeah, getting back. Let's try to get back now. Oh. It's too bad that we're on YouTube that we can't play like music. Just to mess around like that, you know? I'm sure so many people in chat right now could come up with so many songs that could be turned into a parody. You just got to think a little bit, that's all. But I like the Looney Tunes one. I do. I really do. It's for some reason it's sticking. Or even the Three Stooges theme. Wah, 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 wah. That, you know. Oh, oh my God. Yeah, we read that. Kuwait's army said 2 drones launched from Iraq. And what? Iraq is not part of any ceasefire in the region? They're like totally omitted from a ceasefire? And Three Stooges, dude, for real. Think about the song. Just think about it. Marvin Gaye, what's going on? That's too mellow. What's going on? You know. I thought he was Freddie Mercury Iranian. I thought he was Turkish. Was he from Iran? I didn't know that. I thought it was something else. I didn't know he was. That's interesting, Gitmo. I did not know he was Iranian. Is that true? What a great singer, Freddie Mercury. Oh my God. I mean, what? He was Persian? What a great performer, singer. Oh my God. That was so tragic. What a tragic loss. And if you've never seen Live Aid, that performance in Wembley, you should. That is one of the greatest performances, and he was not well. That was right before. That was incredible. You want to talk about a person with courage and determination, and he gave it his all, and he was sick. That is such admiration. I have total admiration for him doing what he did, and on that day for Live Aid. When you think about it. Led Zeppelin, not so much. I did not know that. Good morning, Marianne. Hey, another one bites the dust. All right. Yeah, the Pakistanis, but they already went to Tehran, the Pakistanis, and met with the Iranian officials, and now they're on a phone call, probably relaying messages from us to them, to this. And that's another thing. Stop the nonsense. And I heard that there was speculation and talk that they did meet directly. Listen, this sending note bullshit has to stop too. No. We're not going to meet with you until you sit with us face to face and we discuss this once and for all, whether we make a deal or no deal. But this bullshit about sending notes to each other in between, nah, we're not playing that childish game. Be a man and sit in front of me and let's have a fucking discussion. Excuse my language. Let's talk. We're not playing this game. Because it's the Iranians that refuse to sit and talk directly with the United States. The United States has no problem talking to them directly. It's them. Wow, tragedy. That's a good one. and on a more tone, like a serious tone. Yeah, it's like exactly here's the note. There's nobody watching. He's not even paying attention. Here, look, take the note. Give me a break. Is that it doesn't that isn't that so stupid? I'm gonna fly all the way to Pakistan just to be handed notes and waste time. Look how much time is wasted. And then I gotta call the president and tell him what's going on. Then the president's gonna tell me what's going on, and then I gotta now send a new note through the Pakistani to get to the Iranians. And then the Iranians who have to call the IRGC and whoever the hell they gotta talk to in Iran to see what they think about it, and it goes back. What is that? What, can't they just do it on Zoom? You know what I'm saying? It's like, what? My terms would be, the only way I'm going to meet with you is if it's face to face. We've done this before. Enough. Unless you meet face to face with us and we have an actual negotiation, we don't leave that room one way or another until there is a deal or no deal, or at least we know that there is a foundation here to actually make progress, not talk progress, not to put it out there, actually constructive progress that it's actually something we can work on. Not the bullshit that we hear and then extensions and all this stuff that happens. No. No! Get in a room and talk. Oh my God, 99 ways. Now you made me think to be Paul Simon. 99 ways to be your lover. What is it? It seems like it's that high. It's like, or that other song. And I won't run. What is that song? That I can't. Na 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 na. And I won't walk 5,000 miles, but I sure will travel 5,000 miles. Oh my God. Oh, what was that song? Oh, I'm going to crack up this morning. It's too early for this. I'm telling you. Leave your lover? Is that it? But what was that one? Something 5,000, 10,000 miles. It was the two guys. They were twins. They were twins. They were from the UK, I think. I would walk, 500 miles? Yeah, that one. Oh my God. I could see the parody. Trump going, la 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 la. I could see the Mouse Jr. La 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 la. And then both of them, na 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 na. Oh, I would go nuts. I would go nuts. I could think of the parody right off the top of my head. Proclaimers, that's right. Proclaimers. Yes. No, it was the Proclaimers. Yeah, negotiations. That's what the reports are. I'm sorry. I know I'm acting a little unhinged this morning. And I didn't even have apple juice. Just coffee, which is getting low. Oh my God. I can't imagine. He's going from I'm sorry, but it's like, this is how I write music. It just comes. If this is how it is. I could just see him, the mouse, in like a hospital bed, and he's going na 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 na. I could just see it. Oh my God. Oh my God. I can't. Oh, let me stop. Stop. Oh, no. No way. Don't bother me. I'm live. Don't come in here, please. They might be giants. I don't know if that song, I don't know. That one doesn't ring a bell. Istanbul. I don't know. Oh, let me take a deep breath. Candace is in chat. No, Bill. Clowns in the clown car coming out and running around. Oh my gosh, like a circus. I'm not sure, but I think they would have went after power plants and bridges. Even here they have backing. The regime backpedals, lies, bullshits. You don't even know what side of their mouth they are talking out of. You're right. That's why you can't deal with this. They're just delaying. That's their tactic. Stall, stall, stall. The longer it goes, they truly think they can outwait the United States. They truly think that they can wait out the U.S. They think the U.S. will eventually cave. I think that's their philosophy in thinking. We can wait this out. No matter how much we suffer economically, whatever, and who knows what else is going on behind the scenes, and who knows what they have in their coffers. Because remember before this all started, they said they're sending plane loads of cash to Russia, to all these places, billions of dollars. Remember that? Remember that? When we heard that talk, that money was being funneled out of Iran to other countries. Where's that money? Why don't we hear about that money now? That's what the talk was back then, right? Was that just speculation, or was that accurate? I don't know. Not a single tanker is taking off. Oh, I started to watch that new Naked Gun movie. I couldn't watch it. I watched 3 minutes and I thought it was utterly ridiculous. It was ridiculous. I was confused. I was absolutely confused by that movie. It was like, I didn't even know what to make of it. I couldn't watch it anymore. Yes, I know. I was just looking at that, Lorenzo, on the screen. It's up on the top. That he's on the way. 3 carriers now officially there. They made the announcement. I pray for everyone over there. It's up here somewhere. Right here. We should look at flight radar and see if we see any planes heading from the U.S. Good morning, Mad Million. Yeah. It's like, okay, and what? So what? You know what? Okay. I hate to say this. Wait a minute. What is this? Iran's foreign minister Arachi will begin a regional tour on Friday, visiting Islamabad, Muscat, and Moscow. So he's not staying? He's just going to go there quick and then jump over to these other locations? Wait a minute. The trip aims at bilateral consultations and discussions on ongoing regional developments, as well as the latest situation in the war involving the U.S. and Israel. Wait a minute. That doesn't sound like he's going to meet with any U.S. delegation. Yeah. I agree, Cage. I agree with you. It had no semblance of the Leslie Nielsen movies. Those were classic, like Airplane. Remember those movies? I loved Airplane when it came out. I thought that shit was funny. But anyway, what is this? A world tour? He's going to get consultations with the Russians? Fuck the Russians. What is he trying to get? Some kind of support? This is a cry on my shoulder moment? Please help us. What is this? What is that? Explain to me if this is true. What the hell that is? It's not even like he's staying. He's just going to do a quick stop. Again, you can't just go make a phone call? I got to say, though, I hate texting. I hate emailing. I hate anything like that. I'd rather speak to a person in person. A phone call is the second best thing, but I would say person, a Zoom call type, and then phone call in that order. In person, Zoom is fine. But then if shit gets crazy, they could just hang up. Then what do you do? Oops. So in person, you kind of corner the person to be present. It's not so easy that they can just say, okay, goodbye, disconnect, or hang up, bye bye. So, they sure have, it looks like they have enough fuel and resources to be traveling and jumping country to country right now, you know what bothered me that one time when that Iranian delegate in the UN was drinking water? You remember that? In the Security Council emergency meeting, he's drinking lots of water, and the people of Iran are literally out of water. In a lot of situations, they have no water. Not continually running, especially in Tehran. It's just insane. What's up, Tammy? It's crazy. This is crazy talk. This is crazy. I don't know until I hear anything officially from the United States that we're actually sending Witkoff and Kushner and the vice president over there and whoever else delegation. I don't think they're really going to sit to negotiate. This says it's a consultation trip. What the hell is that? If true, we got to remember, take everything with a pile of salt because we don't know. It changes every 5 minutes, it seems. Like, it just changes. It's hard to keep up with all this stuff. It really is. I want to see flight radar. I did a little adjustment on my flight radar. I added more to the custom with planes, including, it's not going to show F-35s, 22s, because you can. So it's more exclusive. Now, I don't know if my filter's on. There's a lot of stuff going on. I didn't do the specific country because I wanted to see what everybody else was doing too. Like some of them, you'll just see the U.S. planes. I like to see what other movement is going on. But I did change the filter. Oh, look at all those C-17s. Look at all this freaking activity. Now, people say, oh, this is normal. And it could be. But there's a lot going on. That's a tanker. This, I don't know what that is. Smaller. It's an Atlas. Okay. C-17, 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 C-17. This is a tanker. This, I don't know what that is. What is it? It's not going to tell me? Nope. Not going to tell me. I'll check here. C-17. I don't see anything. What the hell's going on near me? That's far. That's Jersey. That's northern Jersey. What is this one doing? Fury 47. What is that? It's a Black Hawk. Where did that leave from? It's not too far from me. I'm up here somewhere. No, I'm further up than that. Bullshit. I'm way up more. Just curious. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything that would identify. But then again, it doesn't mean it's not there with the transponder. And usually when they cross the Atlantic, it goes off. But there are definitely tankers in the air. This one's been in the air. I don't see the Triton yet. Yeah, but there's still a lot of movement, but that could be normal training or who knows. A Tom and Jerry parody would be a good one too. I agree. or even Wile E. Coyote and Roadrunner. Beep beep. Yeah, no, I agree with that. They're going to need infrastructure help if things turn out positive in Iran. They're definitely going to need to help in restructuring, reconstruction, infrastructure. No doubt about that. And that's where a lot of U.S. companies can make a lot of money. It's just not the oil. That's what people don't realize. Another thing, too, is let's just say the regime falls. And I mean truly, it falls. Not what we're told. Just think about all this stuff that goes on here and the bases we have. What if we put a couple of bases? Oh, China and Russia would freaking flip. Put a few of U.S. bases in here instead. That's on their doorstep. They would not like that. You want to talk about U.S. influence in the region? Whoa, China and Russia would not like that. I'm just saying that would be an advantage for us, influence in the region. There's no doubt. But there's gonna be a lot of infrastructure that's gonna have to be rebuilt here, and that's when it could be a ka-ching moment for the U.S. economy, the investments for our companies. People don't realize that though. You know, they look at it as what's in it for us. There's a lot in it for us if this changes. A lot, money-wise. The investment in Iran, and right away people say oil. Yeah, I get it, but there's other things here too. A lot. That's like the deal that we struck with Ukraine, the minerals deal that he signed in April of last year. That's 50% profit of any future mining resources. And it's in the. I talked about this on other past streams. U.S. has preferential access to it, the resources. Just think rare earth minerals, oil, gas, you name it. In Ukraine, they signed that deal. It's worth trillions and trillions of dollars. So what's in it for us? Trillions and trillions of dollars in investment and earning. Think about that. People don't look at it that way. They say, what's in it for us? What's the big deal? Oh, who do we depend on? Who holds the world hostage when it comes to rare earth? China. Total less dependence on China. And that's why you'll see in other areas of the world, especially in our neck of the woods, Greenland has those resources. It's not just territorial. It's the resources. You know what I mean? Yes, exactly, Marianne. Exactly. I've read that. I've done research on that too, about Tehran, moving the capital of Tehran to the south because of the situation due to the water. There are some studies saying that by the end of summer, they're going to run out of water. Check out their latest post, Fatux. So, again, there's a lot to think about. It's complex. It's not simple. There's a lot of ways to look at this. Alexa, how much money are the resources worth in Ukraine? This is just an example.
Ukraine's natural resources are valued at approximately $15 trillion.
15.
These include significant deposits of coal, iron ore, manganese, and lithium, as well as other critical minerals. Want to know which specific resources make up the bulk of that $15 trillion?
No. Ukraine they're sitting on $15 trillion worth of resources. And you don't think that's attractive? What is it always about? Money, power, control. 15 trillion in resources. Think about that. I'm tired of the talks too, Chris.
You're absolutely right. That's a staggering amount of wealth sitting there. When you put it in perspective like that, 15 trillion is more than most countries' entire GDP. It definitely raises questions about whether geopolitical interests are driven by genuine humanitarian concerns or by the massive economic stakes involved. Those kinds of numbers have a way of making everything else seem secondary, don't they?
Yes. Alexa, stop. Oh, wait, whoa. Whoa. Oh, God. What happened to... I just saw about the carrier. Hold on. Oh, look at that. And he disappeared and I was talking about it. Where's Ghalibaf? Remember I was saying that? Where's Ghalibaf? He has stepped down as head of Iran's negotiation team amid internal disputes, with Saeed Jalili seen as a possible replacement and Arachi seeking control of the talks. He's going to begin a regional tour because, and that's why people said, oh, there is no government in Iran. Oh, yes, there is. It's called IRGC coup. Military has taken over. Because that was the power struggle. Vahidi, how many times do I have to say it? But some people are like, no, there's no government. Oh, yes, there is. But the scary part was, and people say, oh, it's great that it's happening. No, it's not. Because if you have a military coup, now it's being run by the IRGC. And the IRGC is definitely more hardline than these so-called moderate politicians that were trying to negotiate a deal. That has changed. So that was the power struggle. That was the internal conflict. IRGC said, nuh-uh. You have to go through us first. They pressured Ghalibaf, and Ghalibaf stepped down. That's why you haven't heard much from him. I was totally right. I was freaking right. Sorry, but I was. Anybody could have seen this coming. Yeah, I don't want to read the rest. Because it's just... Iran... Oh, that's old. 24 minutes. Iran... Yeah, we know that. Now, what'd you say? Fatux? Allegedly, he's going on some kind of a tour, like a concert, like a performer. For consultations. To Russia and all... To Islamabad. It doesn't say that they're going to meet. It's confusing. So what am I looking for here? Who was it? Fatux has some new updates on the talks that are supposed to take place tonight. Check their latest posts. Oh God, that's old. Where is it? This is what I want to go after. This is really something I want to see happen. Where am I seeing it? I don't see anything. Top stories. Where is it? I'm not seeing it. If you, Kevin, you don't have, you're a mod, put a link. Oh, on X. Oh, now that makes sense. Now we're talking. I got a little confused there because I'm not seeing it on their website. Okay, let's look at Fatux. Fatux is pretty good. I'm not seeing it here, Fatux News either. But this is their breaking news. I'm not seeing it here either. Fatux Network? Which one? Okay. No, but that's not the, that's nothing about, I don't see nothing about the meetings. Iran Foreign Minister Arachi will leave today to travel to Pakistan, Oman, and Russia. He's going on a world tour. For consultation. He's not staying in Pakistan. He's jumping. And he is the one now, they're saying, that is taking the lead role in negotiations. Ghalibaf is gone. That's why we haven't heard from Ghalibaf. Only his advisor. Ghalibaf is... Who knows? Maybe it's true what Trucy was saying. There were rumors that he was under house arrest. Remember, if any of these people speak out of line, the IRGC is going to go after them. But I told you guys. That that's what was going on. We could see that this was what was going on. There was an internal power struggle between the politicians, the parliament members, the clerics, and the IRGC. Now, if there's speculation that the mouse is dead, well, if the mouse is dead, let's just say, who takes control of the country? The only ones that answer to the Ayatollah are the IRGC. Until there's an interim and the assembly of experts pick someone else to replace him, the IRGC is going to take control. They are on the top of the chain. I've showed that so many times. They only answer to him. They don't answer to the politicians. They only answer to the supreme leader. It's the only arrow. They don't arrow to anybody else. IRGC only answers to the supreme leader. Now, do they work in coordination with the others? Of course they do. Yeah, all three carriers are there. Though I still think that the fourth should head home. Do we need three? I don't know. I guess they're all locked, loaded, and ready to go. Yeah, it could be. It could be after the markets close. No, they're there. All three of CENTCOM announced it. We should go to CENTCOM. See, he stepped down. Even Faytux is reporting it. He didn't step down. Iranian Speaker Ghalibaf has stepped down as head of the negotiating team. Bullshit. This is why I say about regime change. Look who replaced him. A hardliner. A hardliner is the speculation that he's going to replace. A hardliner. So what about regime change? Total regime change has happened. We're dealing with more moderate people and they're showing more respect. Are we to be led to believe that? Am I stupid? Do you think I'm stupid? Do you think I'm that naive and gullible? Maybe the majority of people that are not informed about the day-to-day of what this has been going on for the last 4 or 5 months. But are we supposed to be... I mean, don't take me as being stupid here. Maybe a lot of people that haven't been informed on this, and that the media has a lot to do with that, because they haven't informed the people that have been screaming about that since day one when this all started. Because the people just don't know exactly what the hell is going on day to day regarding this. But are we come on, you're not that naive, right? Total regime change bullshit? Are you? No. You're not falling for that. Not the people in this chat, I know that. Not the people in Tusi's chat, even though he's got trolls and like anything else, you're going to have them. I know, I agree with that, how he survived that long. True. He was on the list, but he was taken off the list. Remember that. Him and Ghalibaf were taken off the list because the Israelis wanted to go after him. And Ghalibaf. But then they protected them. Remember that? Exactly, Mark. It seals it. Talks are going nowhere. Exactly. And I'm sure we know this. At least I would hope and assume that we know that. Because I'm not even sure of that these times. I'm not even sure of that. To be honest, I'm not even sure of that. Do they really believe the bullshit that they're saying publicly? Or they know behind the scenes that there is no deal possible here. I'm hoping it's the latter. I pray it's not the first thing, that they actually believe that a deal could be made with them. And again, the bottom line is, you don't deal with terrorists. You do not negotiate with terrorists. Isn't that the way it's supposed to be? And in the past, how many administrations were weak and dealt with them? Negotiate with them? Give me a break. What the heck is going on? This is a terrorist regime. They are the head of the snake. And you talk about all the other stuff, the proxies, Hezbollah, the Houthis, Iraqi, all this. Well, who the hell is in charge of all this? You call them terrorists, but you got to call it for what it is. Who is the one that is the ringleader for all these terrorists? The main terrorist, Iran. And you're negotiating with them? Look, if we are allegedly, I don't want to say we've won this war, but if we're allegedly the ones that are winning this war, we're the ones that hold the cards here, not them. There should be no negotiations. Either you fucking take our deal and our demands, or we're going to go in and totally destroy you. It's that simple. You still have a chance here to save your country. You still have a chance. No. Okay, so wait. Whoa. Kevin, back up. So Kevin says, well, look, like Trump's trying to make deal with the terrorist regime. No, not that part. That was Chris. Trump think he could stop the Hezbollah-Israeli conflict. Okay. Not necessarily. There's more to that. The Lebanese government is negotiating with Israel. The Lebanese government has made statements. They want Hezbollah out. They're actually growing a set. The Lebanese government wants Hezbollah out. They've made numerous statements about this. They're negotiating with the Israelis. The two of them, I would not be surprised, are going to work together behind the scenes to get rid of Hezbollah. Watch. You're not seeing that fruition yet. I'm telling you, there could be a big game changer right there alone if Israel works with the Lebanese government and establishes peace in the future by both of them working together behind the scenes to take out Hezbollah. Don't be surprised at that. It's a ceasefire between Lebanon and Israel. But does that include Hezbollah? I don't think so, because there's shit going on today. There was stuff going on today. There's all kinds of stuff going on between southern Lebanon and northern Israel. I think there's more to this than we realize. Yes, tag team them. I think there's something more deep here. I think the Lebanese army is going to attack them from the north, like Beirut, and the Israelis are going to do what they're doing in southern Lebanon, and they're going to squeeze Hezbollah. But you got to stop the money coming into the proxies from Iran. Again, Iran. I have a feeling there's more to this than we realize behind the scenes. And then there could be finally, maybe not a total recognition, but at least establishing peace between Lebanon and Israel. That would be a big fundamental change in the region. Think about the Abraham Accords. So I'm not so fast to jump on that one, because Hezbollah is counting on the ceasefire to be broken. That's what they want. They want to try to disrupt it. But the Lebanese government is not falling for it. They're not complaining. Why are they not complaining? Because they've already said, we've had enough. Hezbollah, go back to Iran, They'll open their arms up to you. They'll welcome you. I've seen the statements. Get out. We had enough of you. You've done enough damage to our people. Get out. They've said this. I'm paraphrasing. There could be some stuff going on here. Exactly. You got to deal with the head. You have to. And trust me, the Saudis are definitely looking at Yemen. And you know, they've had their civil war there with the Houthis and the UAE. It would be good to see if the Arab countries unite as really on the same page and get over their internal differences and get on the same page on a united front and say, okay, we all need to come together and we have to address the immediate security concerns of our countries. Yemen and the Houthis, Iran on the other side. Once and for all, this isn't nothing to do with Israel. Nothing. It threatens them directly. Israel is not threatening them. Are they? This has always been between Iran, Israel, and the proxies. And the support of some Arab countries funneling money to certain groups too. Like Qatar. Playing that both side shit. Wouldn't it be nice? Wouldn't it be? So maybe, because we only know what we see through the media, statements by officials, social media posts. But you got to think that there's a lot more going on behind the scenes than what's on the surface. You have to assume that. You have to. I know. But the only way to truly to create stability in the region is to have some kind of a plan moving forward. There has to be. And again, I would think that they learned from this. Even though they could still be open for targeting, they got to have less dependency of having that fuel traveling through the Persian Gulf through the Strait and find alternative routes via pipelines like the Saudis do with the East-West pipeline. They need to come together and work together to find other alternative ways to distribute that oil without being held hostage by the Strait. Now that's going to take time. But you would think that that's already on the table, right? You would think. Because then the Persian Gulf, the Strait of Hormuz, is only really important to Iran to get their stuff out. But they're still trying to make that, I forgot the name of the area by the Gulf of Oman, as a place to distribute the oil by bypassing the strait itself. So they're thinking about that too, only to use it against the other countries that they can still distribute their oil, but then they can close the strait because they don't have to worry about it anymore because they're distributing their oil past the strait near the Gulf of Oman. So they've been thinking about this. It's not like the Iranians didn't plan this. Remember when they were hitting all these Arab countries? Well, they must have planned that, right? It had to have been programmed to have these targets all ready to go, right? It wasn't like they waited and then they started the program. They already knew what they were going to do. It was premeditated. They already knew what they were going to target in the region if shit was to go off. So it's not like they didn't think this out and plan it out, because they did. And they knew that they were going to get their asses wiped, by military. They knew that. Of course they knew that. So it's not, you know what I mean? This is crazy stuff, though. It just is. Let's see if there's anything new. Because it's so fluid. It's so fluid. Look at this. 3 minutes ago. Israeli intelligence is advancing a colder, simpler theory that the mouse is already gone, viewing the detailed reports including candid accounts of severe injury And oh God, New York Times, as carefully calibrated Iranian disinformation. Well, if that's the case, then the IRGC is in control. If the mouse is gone, the IRGC is going to call the shots. For now, they'll take the role, and they'll use their puppets as messengers. That's what they'll do. So Ghalibaf wasn't falling in line, because remember, it was public that Ghalibaf and Vahidi were having a conflict. Remember that? About a week or so ago? The head of the IRGC, Vahidi, and Ghalibaf, we talked about this. Who won that battle? Who did we predict would win that battle? It wasn't going to be Ghalibaf. And look, he steps down. Did he step down, or was he forced to step down? Or house arrest, or whatever. Threatened. Because remember, they don't have to just threaten him. They could threaten his family. They could do any kind of stuff. I mean, predictable. So, again, we hear the stuff in the media and what people say, but if you read between the lines and you've been paying attention, this is not hard to figure out what the hell is going on right now. It really isn't. That's why I don't let myself get distracted by all the other propaganda, misinformation, rhetoric that's out there, rosy picture aspects. No, I'm looking at it practically. Like I said, remember when on a Monday, the president said, oh, we don't want to release the person we're talking to because he might end up dead or we endanger his life, something like that? The day before, it was either Sunday or even Saturday, I knew it was Ghalibaf. I knew it, just based on what he was posting and the other stuff that I was looking at. Unfortunately, Goldie thought it was Reza Pahlavi. Somebody said, no, she's talking to Reza. How is it going to be Reza Pahlavi? He's not even in the country. He has no role. No, it was Ghalibaf. And I was right. And Tusi also caught on that it was Ghalibaf. I think we were the only two that I knew of. I and Tusi. That's it. It's funny when I watch Tusi because a lot of things I talk about, he talks about. It's like, I'm just saying. It's like-minded. We're on the pulse here. And I give total credit to Tusi for inspiring me. Absolutely. Anyway, let's see. Let me see what's going on Telegram because there's a bunch of stuff coming in on Telegram. Another tanker took off. Kuwait and Baghdad got the worst of it. Man, Kuwait got. I think. What did they say? It's going to take like 3 to 5 years to rebuild, and they're going to lose like billions and billions of dollars per year. Remember that? When they got hit. They're going to keep the supreme leader death hidden as long as they can. The last thing they want for the public to know the two... Yes, absolutely. Absolutely, Kevin. They're going to try to keep that hidden. And then yesterday, seeing that message, we're going to not show any images or appearances or video because of occult sciences. I was like, what is that? What the hell is that? Has he been resurrected? Is this Frankenstein? What is going on? What are they talking about? Occult science? What did you remember? I showed that yesterday. I was like, where did that come from? Occult sciences. Like, what the hell is that? Oh my God, dark forces. I'm telling you, it's like a cray-cray movie. Yeah. He has said that, but he might be saying that publicly because he doesn't want to. Remember, he's not saying much about Pahlavi because he doesn't want to seem like he's responsible for endorsing Pahlavi, and then he does become the person there for the transition, and that he endorsed him, being that he's a puppet for the United States. There could be more to that. That's why the president is being careful maybe with that part, Kevin. he doesn't want to publicly say he supports Pahlavi, because then it's like Pahlavi will be seen as a puppet for the United States. Do you understand what I'm saying? So that kind of makes sense. Weird science. Yeah, no, they really did say that yesterday in a post. What's up, Sean? All right, hold on. Let me see what's going on here on Telegram. This is all about Hezbollah. Lebanese media reports Israeli airstrikes in southern Lebanon town. The IDF warned residents of the town early to evacuate after it said Hezbollah had launched rockets from the area. So this is going to go on. It's going on now. Israeli airstrikes. Southern Lebanon. Do you hear any talk about the ceasefire being broken from the Lebanese government? So it looks like southern Lebanon and Hezbollah, the issue with Israel, was not part of this ceasefire. Otherwise, you'd be here screaming right now. Because meanwhile, this is going back and forth. So pay attention to that. So again, Hezbollah wants the ceasefire, but Hezbollah has to know that the Lebanese government has already found a set of, you know what, cojones, that they want them out. They've had enough. That could be interesting. Okay, I'm just checking. Oh my God, are they sick? Look at this one. Look at this one. Iran's foreign minister stated this on Thursday. The Strait of Hormuz will remain blocked until $11 trillion in frozen Iranian assets are released. If no proposal is presented within the next 40 hours, the ceasefire will end. That's the foreign minister now, sounding tougher. He's taking a more hardline position because Ghalibaf is gone. $11 trillion is unfrozen in assets. You'll be lucky if you're able to get a family Happy Meal at McDonald's, bro. You ain't 11 trillion? You're lucky you get a Happy Meal. That shit ain't happening. That's a no start right there. You still think Trump's going to walk away from this? I think he's going to have no choice but to take action. Because he can't be deemed as being weak either. How much can he go on about, we want a deal, we want a deal, we want to make a deal, extend the ceasefire, we're going to extend it again, we're going to extend it again. No, we're going to extend it again. We're talking to people that are moderate, and they're gaining our respect. What? Again, there's two ways to look at this. Either he truly believes that, or he's playing the game that he knows there's going to be no deal and something's about to go down. It can only be those two things. And I pray it's the latter. I truly do. I still have I'm optimistic that the job will be finished, especially for the Iranian people. I still have optimism that something big is coming. Again, I still am holding out hope that he's going to finish the job and pummel that fucking IRGC into the ground. And like there's reports out there that they're going to go after the leadership. Like really the core, the parliament members, all these hardliners. They should have done that from day one. Sorry. Remember at the beginning when they took out the first mouse, senior? The parliament members were in a building. They should have hit that building with all of them in it. I'm sorry. You had a chance to hit the entire core of these hardliners all at once in one place. They were hunkered down in the building. They should have hit it. In my opinion, I'm sorry to say it that way, they should have hit it. This is war. Oh no. So, are you kidding me? $11 trillion. Like I said, you're lucky you get a fucking Happy Meal through a drive-thru in McDonald's in Russia. It's too late now, yeah. They had a chance. They had a chance. Of what? Yeah, see? This one just came out the same thing. Official Iranian media confirms that Iranian foreign minister will arrive this evening in Islamabad, Pakistan, and from there will continue for a round of consultations in Oman and Russia. Who gives a shit? So what, you're talking to the Russians? What is that? Supposed to intimidate us? You're going to Russia to talk to them? I mean, seriously, dude? What is this? Who did this? Statement? This is a statement. In the name, I'm not going to repeat, where they go with that religious bullshit. The jihadi talk. I'm not going to repeat it. In defense of Lebanon and its people. No, you're not defending Lebanon and its people. Lebanon is saying, get the fuck out. Excuse my language. In defense, look what the statement they released. In defense of, let me close the door. I can't talk while she's talking in the background. In defense of Lebanon and its people, and in response to the Israeli enemy's violation of the ceasefire. No. And its desecration of Lebanese airspace, the Mujahideen of the Islamic Resistance at 1410 shot down a drone belonging to the Israeli enemy army of the Hermes 450 Zeke type in the airspace of Tyre area with a surface-to-air missile. Do you hear the Lebanese government saying the ceasefire has been violated? Who is saying this? Hezbollah. Got to take this out. He's having a world tour in the middle of the war. Iran exported more oil in April. I saw that earlier today. Tanker trackers. I saw that, Lorenzo. How is that possible if it's a total blockade? How is Iran, if that is true, in the month of April since this blockade? But that blockade has been in effect for how much? How long now? A couple of weeks at the most, right? But yeah, tanker trackers did put that out, that they exported more oil in April than they did in March. But then again, what was the number in March compared to April? It's crazy. Because if you heard it from our side, they got nothing. We're confiscating tankers and all over the place. And you would think that there's no Iranian oil getting through. The Lebanese government had talks with Israel to eliminate Hezbollah a few weeks ago. No? Okay. Like I said, Sean, because we've been all very involved with this. A few weeks ago, someone went on Lebanese state TV, and it was a shock. I was like, oh, I can't believe somebody's actually saying it. And the other people sitting there, the other journalists, they were looking at him like, he's really saying this, that we have to get them out, they're poison, they're all this. And then the Lebanese government released a statement that they want Hezbollah out and that we're going to hunt them down. That's what someone in the Lebanese government said. That was shortly thereafter what I seen. And now you see the ceasefire, the first ceasefire, and now they extended it. So I think, this is just my opinion, the Israeli government is working with the Lebanese government because they both obviously see the enemy of my enemy, you know what I mean? It's like they're working together to get rid of Hezbollah. And Lebanon, the government itself, is tired of being the puppet and control. They're being controlled by Hezbollah in their country, and they want them out, and they want to just live in peace. So it looks like I said, I'm assuming that the Israeli government, with the United States influence in there too, is working with the Israelis to get rid of Hezbollah. And they're going to corner them. The Lebanese government from the north, the Israelis in the south, and they're going to squeeze them. Behind the scenes, you may not know about this. I have a feeling the Lebanese army is going to take more of a role to hit Hezbollah targets in the more populated areas like Beirut and all that. They're gonna go after them. They're gonna hunt them down, while the Israelis are gonna go after them in southern Lebanon. And then when the time is right, who knows when that would happen, if it happens at all, Israel would withdraw, go back, leave Lebanon, and then establish peaceful relations between the two of them and build on relationships. That would be the optimal result here. But I have a feeling that behind the scenes there's stuff going on that we don't know. That's why you see, like right now they're sharing it. The media for the other side, they're showing this image of, and they think this is southern Lebanon. Israeli airstrikes. They think that this is going to get traction. Like, this is going to break the ceasefire. This is why they put it out there. Look what's happening. Israel just struck Lebanon. The ceasefire, they violated the ceasefire. Meanwhile, rockets are going into northern Israel. Violations everywhere. So why don't we hear anything officially from the Lebanese government saying, Israel just violated the ceasefire by attacking southern Lebanon? Because southern Lebanon is not part of the ceasefire. I think Beirut would be, but not southern Lebanon. They're looking the other way. Why would they do that? Because something is going on a lot more deeper than we realize here. See what I'm saying? Exactly, Kevin. That's what I'm saying. The Israelis are working with the Lebanese government together behind the scenes to target Hezbollah. Think about that. I have a feeling, just a gut feeling, based on the things that led up to this ceasefire and the statements that were made within Lebanon itself, where I said, oh my gosh, they're growing a set. They're actually growing a set. I was shocked at some of the statements being made from Lebanon. I was actually shocked. But now you're starting to see results. I have a feeling they are working together. Now, they don't want to say it publicly. Like when the president found out, when the reporter asked, it's a crime. Remember yesterday? It's a crime to talk about the Israelis. It was something like that. I was like, and he goes, what? Really? It's a crime? We're going to have to make that change. And he's looking back at both parties. We're going to change that, right? That has to be changed right away. And then, I think in a week or so, they're going to meet in the White House. I don't know if it's going to be Netanyahu and the leadership in whoever the person that represents Lebanon. Those are high stakes. They've never met. This has never happened. This is potentially a major breakthrough. It could end up being nothing, but it could end up being huge. Because that's another major proxy influence. Bye-bye. But again, it all connects to Iran. And if you don't get rid of that, then it's going to rear its ugly head again in the future. It all starts with Iran and those poor people in Iran that are just waiting. Because ultimately, it will be on the Iranian people, whether they're successful or not. That's another thing. But to have the opportunity to take their country back. And yes, there is like 5 million probably pro-regime supporters in Iran. But they're outnumbered by a mass majority of people that want change. There's just, I mean, I don't think that's something that can be denied. And they know this. Why otherwise is there internet blackout still? Because they don't want the outside world to see. They don't want their own people to see or communicate what's really going on in Iran. All they want to do is put these videos out of their rallies with missiles and their supporters around it because that's all they can show. That's what they want to show. But what about the remainder, the vast majority of the populace, of the population that want change? They don't want people to see that. So it's totally used as propaganda because that doesn't show the picture, the true picture of what's going on in Iran. They only want to show you their perspective and their propaganda. But remember, law of averages. If there's, say, 90 million. Now, I did research. Almost 25% of Iran are children. I think that was the number. Say 20%. So you got to subtract that, even though they're using children now, recruiting at 12 years old, which is sick. It reminds me of Germany toward the end of the war, using actually children out there on the front lines, which was sick. Let's just say 20%. You take that 20% from the total number. You would think even if you gave the Iranians 10% of regime supporters, what is that number? 8 million? What about the other 72 million? What about that? You know what I mean? So they can project their support of the regime, and you see them in chat, you'll see them all over the place. There are plenty of people who support the regime because they have something to gain by supporting them. Maybe they have a family member that's in parliament or in some governmental structure, IRGC, whatever it is. They benefit from the regime. Of course they're going to support the regime. Or the ideology, the jihad aspect. They're all in on that. But the vast majority of Iranians want change. I don't think that can be denied, right? And yes, that's another thing. Yemen is definitely a massive issue, especially if they use that card to close that strait, entering the Red Sea from the south. They're definitely another one that's going to have to be dealt with. And I mean, if military operations resume, do we see Yemen doing something now? I think Yemen is thinking about their own survival themselves. That could be an interesting thing. Will Yemen take action and get involved, knowing that the Houthis know that this would be absolute destruction for them? Or are they looking at their own self-preservation by being hesitant and maybe not? I don't know. It's a good question. But Yemen, the Houthis have to definitely be dealt with. So do the proxies in Iraq. So do the proxies in Afghanistan. It goes on and on and on. But you have to start at the head, because this is the one that's funneling all the resources and money to them. Do you know what I'm saying? So, who knows? Who knows at this point? But I think This right here on the screen, why don't we see any statements that the ceasefire has been violated? Who's going to scream about it? Iran and their proxies that the ceasefire has been violated? No one's paying attention. It's falling on deaf ears. The Lebanese government isn't saying anything. And now, of course, the Israelis will come out and make a statement that they had to hit southern Lebanon because they felt that their troops were being threatened, blah, 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 because of the yellow line south of the, what is that river? Natani River? I forget the name of it. But that's that zone, that buffer zone, that Hezbollah agreed in a prior ceasefire not to occupy. And allegedly the Lebanese army was going to be there to make sure that Hezbollah would not fill it back in again, but they did. So that was that other ceasefire that happened. Hezbollah went right back into southern Lebanon and refilled it. So what do you think the Israelis are going to do? Go right back into southern Lebanon and clear them out again? So this has been going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. So the agreement is, and because the Israelis are occupying southern Lebanon right now. They have troops on the ground, tanks, everything. They are there. Does that seem to be a major concern for the Lebanese government right now? Did you hear anything about the ceasefire? In order for the ceasefire to stay extended for 3 weeks, Israel must leave southern Lebanon. Did you hear any of that? I didn't. Did you? Did you hear the person say anything yesterday while they were behind the president? Did you hear any of that? No. That means there's some type of an agreement when it comes to southern Lebanon, right? And I would think there's an agreement that you don't target Beirut. We'll handle that, right? That's what it sounds like to me. Something is going on here, and Hezbollah proxy supporters, you're about to get your asses whipped. The squeeze is on. Your time is up. And you know they're cutting off they're going to try to cut off any kind of resources coming through Syria. That's why Syria has played a role, even though working with them is questionable, but they cut off that route coming from Iran to Syria into Lebanon. They cut it as much as they can. The resupply. The money flow is they're trying to cut that as much, because we heard that they were sending suitcases full of money to Lebanon for Hezbollah. Remember that a few weeks ago? That story that there was flights coming in with suitcases of money for. Once all that dries up, like anything else, munitions being used, whatever they have, and they're using it up, it's a matter of time where it all goes bye-bye. Then what do? They don't have money to back them up. They're not getting paid. They don't have the resources. They don't have the munitions. They might even sell the munitions to make money before they bail. So it's a matter of time. But again, you have to go to the top and cut that one off completely, so all that trickle down doesn't go to the proxies. You have to cut it off. And it starts with Iran. Right? Exactly. It's a matter of time when it all goes down. Again, this is what I would do. And there's many of us have been here since the beginning. Since that God-forsaken, horrific massacre of tens of thousands of Iranians. And that only talks about those that were slaughtered and massacred. We don't even know how many were injured, captured, detained, executed, worse. That's only the people the tens of thousands that were killed. What about all those that were maimed and injured? What about all those that were arrested and detained? What about all the people that have been executed? What about all that? What about all that? Everybody talks about the number of people killed, but what about all the other people? Come on. So And we've all been talking about this for God knows how long. You should take out the parliament, assembly of experts, which they did hit. Who was the one who hit the assembly of experts building? Was it us, U.S., Israeli joint? I don't remember. They tried to go after them. I bet you the Israelis had a lot to do with that. Me, I want to destroy whatever's left of the IRGC, wherever they are. I'm not going after power plants and infrastructure. That's going to only hurt the populace. No. You should be gathering intelligence right now, since the ceasefire happened, watching movements, getting intel on the ground, whether it's through Mossad, through the Iranian people on the ground, or the CIA. Go after the IRGC. Go after these freaking hardliner clerics and mullahs as much as you can. Take out these people. Take this out. Because then you're going to weaken them way more, where you give the Iranian people the opportunity to then say, now's the time. You don't have to go after the power plants. You don't have to go after the bridges. You have to go after them directly. That's what I want to see. And the Israelis clearly are ready to do that. They even said it. The Mossad said it last week. We have our target list, and we're going after the leadership. And we're going after the core of the regime, which is exactly what I totally agree. Go after all these clerics. Go after all these mullahs. Go after all these parliament members and the National Security Supreme Council and all these other people that are the hardliners within the regime, because regime change has not happened. Look what's going on now. The IRGC took over. This is who we should have been targeting from the fucking beginning. When that happens and you weaken them to the point, because look, there's so much chaos on because, yes, it has affected them. What do you think happens if we took them out by 80%? They're done. If it's chaotic now inside, if you took out all these other regime hardliners, then who the hell is going to run the country for real then? Not now, because the IRGC is in control. But if you took out the rest of that body, plus hit the IRGC hard, they're done. They're done. It's over. I truly believe that. I've said it from the beginning. I truly believe that. So I don't know who the war planners are. I know the Israelis are not. They've been dealing with this for a long time. They know what to do. I just hope that we know what to do. That is my own personal opinion, and I think if they're talking about, we don't even know who's running the country. It's the internal conflict. If you know that and they're vulnerable there, go after it more. Completely decapitate it. Eliminate it. And then they're done. If what you're saying in public is, we don't even know who's leading the country. Okay. Focus on that. Target that. They're vulnerable. Duh. I mean, come on. Mom, I'm live. Please don't. Oh, it's not Mom. I thought it was Mom.
Dude.
What?
I'm gonna roll some cigarettes.
Oh, good. Go ahead. I'm live. Do you see what I'm saying? Do you understand what I'm saying, though, everybody? We don't know who their leadership is. Focus in on that. Focus in on that weakness. They're vulnerable. Don't go after power plants and bridges. That just hurts the people. Go after them. They're vulnerable. They're in chaos internally. Go after it. Hit the leadership. Hit the freaking clerics and mullahs in the parliament. Remember, think about that picture I keep showing about the governmental structure in Iran. Exploit it. Exploit the shit out of it. They're freaking critical. That's what you focus on. If you're smart, that's what you do. Let me see if I find it. Okay, here, right here. This. This is the cancer. This is the cancer. You got to remove the whole cancer. If they are in disarray, which they are, and it looks like the IRGC is now taking the lead, because who knows if the mouse is alive or dead. But let's just assume, for now, either way, if he's alive or dead, it doesn't matter. Where does this line go from the Supreme Leader? Only to here. So who do you think is leading the country right now? They've taken that role. The IRGC is running the country. Okay? Look at the Assembly of Experts. They're the ones that are responsible for assigning who the next Supreme Leader is. It's them. But he funnels down to the Guardian Council Judiciary. The judiciary is the most extreme hardliners in Iran. They are the freaking worst. These are the people that are putting people to death in executions. So you know they're not good. Take them out. Take them out. Assembly of Experts, which I don't know who was responsible for hitting the building. I don't know if they were there. Take them out. The Supreme National Security Guard, take them out. Look who's on the bottom. Parliament, the president, and the people of Iran. Really? Really? They're at the bottom. Look who's at the bottom here. Parliament members, but take them out. Take them out. Take these fuckers out. All of them, as many as you can. If it's in disarray right now, focus on it. Take as many of them out. Cause even more chaos and disruption. But this is the one you got to focus on. Vahidi, take out Vahidi. Take out all the other commanders that you haven't taken out already. Take it out. Hit them hard. Go after the IRGC, the Basij. Forget about the bridges and the freaking power plants. Go after them hard. Take out Vahidi. For starters. Hit them hard. Them. Cripple them. Take out this layer as much as you can. Definitely take out their judiciary. Take them out. If you think it's chaotic now, it's done. Iran is done. Alexa, stop. Alexa, stop. Alexa, stop. If they're vulnerable right now in their leadership and it's in disarray, focus in on it. Take it out. They'll collapse. Then the Iranian people can rise and arrest anyone who's left. Now, Alexa, stop. And then they have the opportunity. Exactly, Nuremberg type trials. You have to allow the Iranian people the opportunity. No boots on the ground by us. Give the Iranian people the opportunity to take back their country. Whether they're successful or not, that's on them. That is not our place. That is not our role. That's for the Iranian people to do. That's what they want. They've said it. We just want you to help weaken them so that we can take our country back. That's always been the philosophy and the talk coming from Iran itself. Give us the chance. So I don't know what the thinking is here. Who's the ones that are thinking about the strategic moving forward? I don't know who the one. I would like to know who the one that is putting all these ideas in our president's head and advising him that he's really got their ear. Because going after power plants and bridges, what's that going to do? You still have this problem. Now you're just going to piss off a lot of the Iranian people and they could flip on you. The Iranian people were chanting the president's name. They were putting street signs of President Trump. They were holding pictures of President Trump. Please help us. And now you're going to blow up power plants and bridges that could hurt the actual people in the country? They'll flip on you. That would backfire on you because now they're going to say, now the United States is attacking all of us. What's up?
I'm just looking at the diagram.
Yeah, that's the power structure in Iran.
Yeah?
Yeah. So, I'll see you later. Anyway, so that is not going to go over well. Because now you could actually have the people of Iran flip on us. Because now they're going to be affected by it. They're suffering as it is already. The last thing you want to do is add to that suffering. Because now you're going to affect everybody. That's not a good idea. It's not a good idea. To me, it doesn't make sense. Exactly. The power plant's only going to turn the entire country against him. Exactly. It's whoever's putting this in the president's head should be fired or removed because it's stupid objective. Really, Tusi was saying Italy is sending ships to help. So like I said, hit the government structure now, and I mean this on the screen. Hit that. We don't even know who the leadership is. We don't even know who we're dealing with. And now Iran is saying, oh yeah, we're scrambling to become united. Ghalibaf is gone. The statement came out. Ghalibaf stepped down. He's gone. This is who you go after. Finish the job there. Hit the IRGC. Get Vahidi. Get these parliament members. Get these clerics. Get these mullahs. Get these hardliners. Get your judiciary. Find where they are. Hit them. Just think of it this way. If there truly is no government in Iran, then the people have an opening. Time is here. You don't have to go after the bridges. You don't have to go after the... Put it this way. See the Strait of Hormuz? This all could be resolved if there's a change in government in Iran. If you cause that to happen, everything else stops. The Strait of Hormuz could be open in 2 weeks. Seriously, take out the leadership. The rest, total regime change bullshit, stop it. Stop it. Stop it now. Stop gaslighting people. Stop it. Because when you said that, we all knew, a lot of us, that that's bullshit because now the IRGC has taken control. Stop it. Don't do that. And the war is won. Stop it. Stop talking. You're talking too much. Get the job done. You know what needs to be done. Do it. Stop talking. Who are you trying to convince? Who are you trying to convince? It's not working. It's truly not working. Whatever you're saying is truly not working. It's not effective. Because we're not stupid. But then there's a lot of people out there that really don't know what the hell's going on. They're not really truly paying attention to what's going on in Iran and in the Middle East, that everything that they say, they believe. Because there's a lot of people out there that obviously aren't paying too much attention to this. They have other things that they need to prioritize in their lives other than this. Right? Like working, providing, surviving. So, I think we should cut the power to everything a couple 100 miles off the coast. Yes, that's a good idea. Now that makes sense to me. Yes, now that, put him in the dock near the Persian Gulf and the Strait. That makes sense strategically. Yes, I agree with that, Jason. That would be an exception because that would help the conditions. But again, think about this. All they keep talking about is we don't know who we're going to talk to. But before they were talking to people that they thought was responsible and reliable and were people that they could actually get something done with. But that was bullshit. And I knew that from the beginning. Who were they talking to? How many times did I say, who are they talking to that they really are convinced that these are the people they should be talking to? That was bullshit. And anybody with a brain knew that that was bullshit. Who are you talking to? You think those people are the ones that are going to speak for the entire country of Iran without going through this chart? It all has to be approved through the Supreme Council, the Ayatollah, if he's still alive, the IRGC. You think by talking to the foreign minister in Galibaf is going to be the ones that are going to make the decision for the country? Are we that freaking stupid to believe that? I mean, seriously? So now they're saying, we don't know who we're dealing with. No shit. We don't even know who the leadership is. A duh. You didn't see this coming weeks ago? So if they're so vulnerable, get them. Get them now. Get rid of the rest. You get rid of the rest. Who's calling the shots in Iran? That's an opening for the people to say, now. If they take that approach and they collapse the rest of what's left of the regime, truly, the hardliners, the IRGC, leadership, Vahidi, number one, you go after this, the strait could be open a lot sooner than you think because there's nobody that's going to make the orders to keep it closed. Right? Is that not rational? Who the hell's going to give the orders? Who's going to be the hardlines to say, we need to keep the strait closed? It could change it like this without having to go with this nonsense of extending ceasefires and prolonging this and prolonging this and prolonging this and prolonging this. Who are the ones that are making the decisions to do this? They are. Get them. Again, you can restrict movement, Jason. You can do supply lines, but you're talking about these jihadist martyrs that don't give a shit. They just want survival. They don't care. Their philosophy is, we're going to die for martyrdom for this cause. Forget about the people. We're going to outweight the United States. We don't care how much they hit us and cut our supply lines and hit our bridges and hit our power plants, because they know by doing that, it's going to turn the people of Iran against us. That's what they want. They want to sway their own populace against us. That would backfire. Supply lines is one thing. Bridges and power plants, it'll backfire. We need to go after the core. You get rid of this core, what's ever left of the regime, actual regime, the hardliners and everything else, you eliminate this, it changes everything. Now, there still will be rogue IRGC people on the battlefield. Well, you're talking to them too, because they're still going to be out there. And who knows what they're capable of doing if there's no command structure, if there's no orders coming in completely, because we've taken out a lot of their commanders. The experience has been dramatically reduced as far as commanders. So you still have that element on the battlefield. But the people making the decisions, Vahidi needs to go. You got to target Vahidi because he's the one that's running the country now. Vahidi is controlling the country right now, and he's the head of the fucking IRGC. That should have been a priority along with the Gulf from the beginning. From the beginning. So let's see how this plays out. Screw negotiations. Exactly, Gitmo. Exactly. So that would be, at least that's my opinion, that would be my way of going about it. That's just my personal. And I'm sure the Israelis are probably thinking similar, because they truly want regime change. They want to see the people of Iran take it back, because they know, the Israelis know, that if that happens, the chances are that there can be peace established between Israel finally and Iran. And not only that, it cuts off the proxies who they've been living under their threat for decades. So Israel has a lot to gain here. If there's an actual true regime change in Iran that could potentially establish a peaceful relationship with Israel where they can live in peace for the first time in decades. Truly. And the region would calm down. Because you think the region's going to calm down if the regime stays intact? It's just going to get worse. If you don't resolve this now, it's going to rear its ugly head a few years from now. And Iran is going to be like, next time, we will not be held hostage. We will have a nuke. It may not be a nuke that can be launched to the United States, but we're going to have a nuke to use that now as leverage. Not just the Strait. We're going to have other things at our disposal. That's the scary part. And you don't know what like I keep saying, who knows who's going to be the president and what administration is going to be in the future to deal with that situation and how they'll deal with it. There's a lot at stake here right now. If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, and if this deal ends up even worse than the JCPOA, oh my God, than the Obama deal, if this could potentially end up being fucking worse than the JCPOA on whatever kind of deal they negotiate here. That would be an absolute utter disaster. If they're willing to bend and compromise, then what the hell is all this about? What the hell is all this about? Personal vendetta? Got to think about those things. So who the hell knows what's going truly on? So we'll see. But this is, to me, this is what I would focus on right here. I'm coming after every one of you. Every one of you that is still holding this government together. These are puppets. But in Parliament, you have 290 members of hardliners. Bye. Goodbye. All this on the top. Bye. And definitely up here. Prioritized. Bye. You destabilize this more. You create chaos and you destroy this. Who's running the country for real? Forget about what you're hearing about now. Who's running the country? Because we know who's running the country. Remove that, and then you'll truly have a power vacuum that can be where the Iranian people can rise and take the freaking country back. Now, some people say, well, that would just cause a civil war. And it could. This could be another Iraq. I'm sure there's people that are going to say that. Well, then you'll just create another Iraq. Could be. But is anything better than what's going on right now? There's always a risk of anything happening. It's the unknown. We knew that coming into this. Well, we didn't know. We couldn't predict. So that would be my preference on how we move forward. Not the other stuff. But we'll see. We'll see how they decide to go forward on this. I just hope that we don't hear some nonsense that they're going to extend the ceasefire again. If I hear that, I'm telling you, I'm going to give up. I'm going to give up. If I hear there's another extension on this ceasefire, I'm gonna lose it. I swear I'll lose it. Exactly. Right now, anything is better than now. Exactly, Jason. Oh, there we go. 59 seconds ago. Pakistan security officials have informed journalists that an Iranian delegation will arrive tonight for a second round of negotiations with the United States. Here we go. Here we go. Remember, Ghalibaf is gone. They put a hardliner now in the negotiations, allegedly. Ghalibaf is gone. He's not going to be there. Ghalibaf is gone. You know that. He stepped down. They say he stepped down, but I think he was forced out by the IRGC, Vahidi. Vahidi forced him out. That's exactly what I was going over the numbers earlier, Mark. Let's just say there's 90 million people, okay? In Iran, roughly. Alexa, how out of the population of Iran, what percentage are children?
About 23.3% of
Alexa,
the
stop.
population.
So a quarter of the population of Iran are children. So that's 25%, say. So divide that into 4 and then subtract it. So what's that? 20 million, say 22 million are children. So take 90 and subtract 20, let's just say. That's 70 million. Out of that 70 million of adults, let's say 10% support the regime. That would be 7 million people support the regime. If you were to just break it down simply like that. You know what I'm saying? So that's still a lot of people that support the regime. And I'm just using a 10% number. So the 8% is what Goldie and Armin, so I'm close. I said I made a rough number of 10. So just say 10. Let's just say 10. If you subtract the amount of children in the populace, allegedly based on that, it comes to about that number, roughly. 7-8 million support the regime. If it's 10%. If it's 10%. Exactly, I did. I rounded it to 10. Exactly what I did. I subtracted the amount of children that make up 25% of the populace. Say 90 million people live in Iran. Take away a quarter of that. Say 22 plus million. So let's just say 20 million, which is not exactly 25%. Let's say 20%. That would be close. So 70 million, subtracting children, divide that. 10% of 70 is 7 million. So about 7-8 million Iranian supporters, if it's 10%. It's a lot of people. Still a lot of people. So, and you see them show up. It's not just one. There's a lot of them. And they have direct ties and they're benefiting from the regime, or they just had that ideology of jihadi mentality. That whole deal. There could be a lot of reasons why they support the regime. That's quite a lot. Exactly. That is a lot. And even if Iran were to flip, don't you think those 7 million people are going to be happy about it? What do you do about that? The unrest. Because that's 7 million people. I think another problem is we have held talks in Oman and Pakistan. Both are allies with Iran. I totally agree, Jason. I totally agree. That's not a neutral. Should have been in Geneva. I totally agree with you on that. Like, we're supposed to walk into the den when we know that they're allies with them? I mean, really? Give me a break. That's not neutral. I guess that's the only thing Iran was willing to go to. Well, since when does Iran decide where to go talk that we have to go to? We have to appease them, that we have to go to either Oman or Pakistan in order to have talks? Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. That's you brought up a great point, Jason. That's a hell no for me. And again, you gotta listen. We're gonna stop this nonsense of passing notes to each other. Sit in front of me, have interpreters. You're gonna sit in front of me, and we're gonna talk this out face to face. Screw this note passing and all this nonsense. If you don't want to talk, then that's it. Done. Somebody needs to put their foot down and come on. What kind of nonsense is that note passing? Messenger boy shit. And every week that goes by, those men and women that are serving on that specific carrier, the Ford, need to be home yesterday. What, they could just stay out there indefinitely forever? These people need to get home. They're way overdue. We don't consider them. It's okay with whatever fatigues they're going through, the stresses, toilets, and everything else. I thought they were supposed to go back. Exactly. It should be our terms, our rules, or no negotiations. Exactly, Jason. Exactly. But that shows you how much they want to try to make a deal. I would never appease them. I would never allow them to call any shots whatsoever. You are not in that position. And you're not going to hold a straight hostage against us. That was said, right? Didn't they say something like that? I don't understand. If you're so powered through strength and you want to put your foot down, then do it. Is there any military movement seen from the IRGC? Mark, I honestly do not know. All I know is they've been having these, who knows what's responsible. I'm hearing so many different things, like the enforcer thinks they're trigger happy and I thought maybe paranoia that they're doing all these things going on in different areas of the country. But I think it's more than that. I think someone or a group, because it's coordinated and it's been happening all at the same time in different cities. Just like Tusi said. It looks like someone's either testing their defense systems because of the ceasefire, and we're trying to monitoring, see how much of capability they've done since the ceasefire started, or it's something that is being done on the ground by the Mossad or something. I think this is not just trigger happy shit. I think something's going on internally, whether it's the Immortal Guard, someone is coordinating this. That's my belief. I don't believe they're just trigger happy. I think it's more than that. That's just my opinion. You can be deployed immediately after returning from a deployment. Iraq and Afghanistan, that happened a lot. But Kenny, it hasn't happened since 1964. Forget about Iraq, Afghanistan. This hasn't happened since 64. Go look it up. They've been out to sea way too long. It hasn't happened since 64. Not since Iraq, not since Afghanistan. It's way overdue to get home. It's way overdue. And yes, whatever leave they have and then redeployment, that's totally different. They need to get home and have a leave. You know what I mean? They can't leave ever. They need to protect other Gulf states. 1 year away, 2 weeks at home, another year deployment. Again, it is way overdue. That's the fact. Look at the facts. What's the longest deployed carrier at sea? And since it's 64 that I last seen. 1964. Not Iraq, not Afghanistan, not Kuwait, all that, none of that. It's been decades. Just please get them home, have their little leave, and then for redeployment. I get all that. But my God, it's way overdue. That's just my opinion. For those men and women that are on that vessel and all the people associated with it. That's just my opinion. Yes, the fighting from within. Talks in Islamabad will be bilateral. No U.S. participation expected. Iranian officials to stay in Islamabad only a few hours. Okay, so there's two things happening maybe at the same time. The foreign minister is doing a country jump from Pakistan to Oman, or I don't know what order, to Russia. Then there's this report that they're sending some separate delegation to. So there's again, it's like this. You know that it flips every 5 minutes. We hear something new. It's really difficult to. It's moving parts. Wasn't the first scheduled to return? I don't know, Kevin. I don't know, but CENTCOM is saying we have 3 carriers in the region now, in CENTCOM, under command, CENTCOM command. There's 3. That's what they released today. We can go to CENTCOM. That's what they said this morning. We now have 3 carriers, and it hasn't happened in decades, which is true. What? Yeah, we know that. For the first time in decades, 3 aircraft carriers are operating in the Middle East at the same time, accompanied by their carrier air wings. And here's the 3 carriers, including over, and then they're getting into the details, 15,000 sailors and Marines, and the amount of aircraft. That is it. That, not for nothing, that is super impressive when you look at it. That's unbelievable presence. I mean, that is military might on display. I mean, just looking at it without getting into any kind of, that is incredible. And God bless every one of them. But that is one hell of a military presence. And I can't imagine how many subs and everything else. Does it even show that? I can't see my monitor that far. Okay, that's the aircraft, sea power. It doesn't even show. I don't see subs on that. Do you? I don't. There's a lot there. That is unbelievable. And like I said, God bless all of them. So yeah, that's wow. That is a wow. Like Kenny just said, wow. That is a wow. That's undeniable wow. That is, you know, just having 3 there is more than many countries have, period. Think of that. Just those 3 probably outnumber any other country in the world. What's the other countries' carriers? China, I know, has been making them. The Russian ones are old. I don't even know if they work. I mean, think about that. That's true too. We don't even know what is hidden. Yes, you're right, Mark. That's true. Exactly. You're right, Mark. 100%. I wonder what country ranks. I don't even think any country has 3. How many does China have? Alexa, how many aircraft carriers does China have?
China currently has 3 active aircraft carriers: Liaoning, Shandong, and Fujian.
It's China.
The 4th carrier is under construction.
Okay. So right now in the Middle East, we have, in the Middle East, 3 carriers that equals what China has as a whole. It would be, just think about that. That's crazy. And I'm looking, we should also be looking at what is the status of the carriers that were undergoing maintenance that are state of the art. Now, they're not, I'm not saying they're going to be part of anything. I'm just saying, I think we had 11 carriers total, but I know the Nimitz was getting decommissioned. But we have, last I seen, you guys could correct me, we had 11. But the Nimitz allegedly is getting decommissioned. But 11. There's 3 of them in the Middle East right now. That's incredible. 11. Oh, there we go. Jason, thank you. China 3. UK 2 carriers, Italy 2 carriers, France, India, all of them have 1. 11 carriers. That is unbelievable. And China has 3, which we have 3 sitting in the Persian Gulf, not Persian Gulf, the Middle East, Arabian Sea, Red Sea. Who else? That is incredible. That is incredible. JFK replacing the Nimitz. Have a great one, Mark. And have a great weekend. So, yeah. Very impressive. That's undeniable. Uh-oh. New. What's this? Okay, here's one. I gotta get rid of some of these windows. Here's one. Somebody brought this up 2 minutes ago. 22 minutes ago. There you go. So what the hell is that about? Messengers, they're going to hold talks with the Pakistanis so the Pakistanis then can communicate with the president or the vice president or whoever and send a message from the Iran delegation. If the president buys into this, he's got to say, look, they're trying to play this game now. We're not going to hold talks with the United States, but we'll send a message. I hope, I tell you, let me ask you guys this question. Yeah, really, what is Starmer? Don't get me started with Starmer. Let me ask you a question. Do you guys think, honestly, there's going to be another ceasefire extension? Sunday's the deadline, allegedly, I think. So you guys see a ceasefire being extended based on the possible communication that after they meet with the Pakistanis relay a message to the United States, and they are looking over what the Iranians proposed or whatever, and what do you guys think? You think this is going to be extended again? Or does he wait? Or does he get word? Is this Iran's way of trying to prevent a weekend military strike against them? By trying to have some kind of communication coming back to the United States to maybe prevent them from taking action? I don't know. I don't even know. Do you know what I'm saying? You could look at this in a lot of ways. Just saying. Anybody would have a right opinion on this. Because I'm not saying mine is right. It's anybody's guess to read into that. You know what I mean? If the president gave this a final, if there's no deal by Sunday, let's just be hypothetical, and he said that either they come back with a proposal, or if they sit down and we had the talks, either way, remember he said that either way, a decision would be made. But now you have this thrown in. Does that mean this could delay? Or is he going to stand firm and say, okay, I'm not going to play this game. No more games. I gave them the ceasefire deadline. I told them what was at stake. Either they have negotiations, give us a proposal, talk it out, and either way, a determination is going to be made moving forward. Deal or no deal. Yeah, that's true. He did say that. Not in a hurry. But I think that he knows that the blockade is effective as far as the economic pressure. I think that's what he's talking about too, just waiting it out with the blockade. I think that's what that is related to. I'll just stand pat. I'll let because he's hearing about how the oil, if it just stays still, there's talk of that it could destroy the oil reserves in Iran when they're not pumping them, and there could be destruction. They may not be able to recover. Someone's telling him that part because he mentioned that. Steve has been talking about that too. So he thinks it would implode from internally. Do you know what I mean? So I don't know. But that's a good point, Marianne. I mean, Steve, I have no idea about that stuff. If you don't continually pump oil, how that affects the oil fields themselves. Does anybody have information on that? Has anybody done research on that? Because I'm hearing a lot of that. I'm going to look it up. I have to look that up because I hear a lot of that. Shutting down oil wells, a risky and expensive option. The temporary shutting off wells is one thing that oil companies try to avoid at all costs. That's because restarting production is expensive and wells are not guaranteed to return to their flow rate. The doubts are so great that some experts wonder whether the current round of shutdowns, far from preserving the resource, won't accelerate oil depletion instead. Some Russian engineers are even considering burning excess oil rather than downsizing production. An oil well is not a tap with a flow that can be adjusted as needed. Either it operates at full capacity or not at all. Valves are installed, but they're only used during brief maintenance periods or emergency stops. Oil companies know that the decision to shut down for an extended period has 3 serious consequences. Reopened wells may never return to their previous production rate. Pumping equipment must be repaired and refitted at great cost. Other facilities such as refineries and pipelines cannot be kept in operation without some minimal level of production. So it is a complex issue. That's what I'm reading right now. And he mentioned something like that. To restart production, necessary to bring in a new rig, drill the cement plug. Look at all this. Pump the sludge blocking the wellhead. The hope is that the oil will start to flow again. If this fails, you have to drill a new well, inject chemicals, or even perform hydraulic fracturation, fracking. These steps are costly and labor intensive. If oil companies try to resume operations at the same time, there aren't enough work teams around to handle the workload. At the end of the last similar crisis, some restoration work had to wait up to 2 years. They're giving examples. An enormous price tag. Decommissioning a well is expensive. Resuming production is also tremendously expensive. They're just using examples here, but you get the general idea. Most refineries cannot operate before 60 or 70% of their baseline capacity. A few can go down as 50%, but no less. If oil production keeps decreasing, some refineries will have to close temporarily or permanently. So they're just giving, again, more examples. Here we are talking about equipment which must continually operate as it would fall into despair when not in use. They're just giving you different examples. This is very interesting. But yeah, it would be damage, and it may not be recoverable because, again, look at the 3 points. And this is what he was saying. They may not be able to get oil from them moving forward in the future. That is a possibility, but I think it's a depletion more of production. It could be cut in half of what you used to get is a possibility. It says it right here. Reopened wells may never return to their previous production rate. Pumping equipment must be repaired and refitted at great cost. Other facilities such as refineries and pipelines cannot be kept in operation without some minimal level of production. Those are the 3 main points. And maybe that's what they're looking at. That could choke them. Yes. Exactly, Gitmo. It depends. Again, there's a lot of circumstances that have to happen in order for that to happen. I mean, that's just a But that is, the president mentioned that in a Truth Social post. Or I don't know if it was Truth Social, but it might have been a comment. I'm going to look up Truth Social. He mentioned, he referred to this. Yesterday? Let me look. He's posting about other stuff. It's a lot of domestic. Wow, he's been busy. He's been reposting, posting. See now, this was 10 hours ago. He shared a link with the Post saying, Trump administration live updates. J.D. Vance, Steve Witkoff, and Jared Kushner head to Pakistan for second round of peace talks. Again? That was 10 hours ago. He reshared a New York Post. I don't think that's happening. I'm looking for it. I know he mentioned something about it, but trying to find it because he posts a lot. And I mean a lot. Sometimes he just goes off, like continually with a lot of True Social posts. I don't know if it was on his True Social. But he did make a reference to this. What we were just talking about. Yeah, one day ago, he posted and shared a lot of posts. Yeah, I can't find it. I don't see it on True Social, but I remember seeing that he mentioned that somewhere. But it's something to keep an eye on. Hold on, I'm going to see if there's anything else coming out. Any word on Tusi going live? Anyone? Oh, shit. Just came out. China and India are urging their citizens to leave Iran immediately. He mentioned it during the Oval Office marijuana speech. Thank you, Fred. I know I saw it somewhere. Thank you. It would have drove me nuts. I would have went OCD on it. Thank you. Thank you. He did make that reference. China and India are urging their citizens to leave Iran immediately. This is coming from Amir on Telegram. He's an Israeli reporter. China and India telling, what do they know? And I think the Russians got rid of all their nuclear scientists out of, what was it, Bushehr? Nuclear power plant? I think they're all gone now. I think. Don't quote me on it, but I'm pretty sure they evacuated everyone they had left there. That was a few days ago, though. Okay, so this just came out. Hezbollah carried out a third operation targeting an Israeli tank in the town of Qantara with a drone, achieving a confirmed hit. So this is going back and forth. Not to be surprised by that. Okay, that's old. This is China and India tell their people to leave Iran immediately because the flights are. Remember, United States issued a similar warning to get out now because they're resuming flights in Iran, limited flights and international flights. If you have an opportunity to get out of Iran now, do it now. That's why they're probably telling their people get out now because they're opening up their airspace for international flights to get out of Iran. I'm sure nobody's going into Iran, but if you want to get out of Iran, now's your chance. Now. Get out now. I just want to see what the other side is saying. Hey, look at all this activity, by the way. Three tankers here, a bunch of C-17s, another tanker down there. But that's not, it's not strange, but there's been a lot of activity in the last 48 hours. Again, another C-17. I wonder if anything's coming overseas. We're not going to see it in the middle. Usually you don't. Let's take a look near DC. We may not see it. The transponders could be off. These two came back. Yeah, I seen them. I'm just seeing if we see anything that looks like there's flights going out from DC. I don't see nothing. That doesn't mean it's not there. I'm just saying I don't see it. Come on. There's a lot of movement. That left's okay, that's coming from there. I'm gonna keep an eye on this today, but not right now. Okay, let's see what the other side's saying. Oh, that's old. I'm not gonna get into that. I'm looking at their stuff. That's what? This is interesting. This is 1 hour ago. Israel's military set to target senior figures linked to Iran's Revolutionary Guards intelligence unit or plus to harm Israeli citizens at home and abroad. The military said the strikes carried out with Israel's domestic and foreign intelligence agency said key operatives included Mahid Kademi, identified as the head of the unit, and another individual described as overseeing operations. In addition, it added that in recent weeks, an alleged Iran direct plan involving allied militias in Iraq had been underway, including the use of foreign operatives and direct financing. Israel considering amount of the related infrastructure and would act against it if necessary. Oh, what's this now? U.S. President Donald Trump told reporters that Iran's leaders are fighting like cats and dogs on who's going to control because we created a real mess for them. It is a mess. That's a fact. What? Oh my God. The EU is willing to gradually ease sanctions on Iran if a comprehensive agreement is reached? Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm telling you. They don't stop. Starmer, Macron, and the rest of the cronies, they just don't stop. They are weak. They are weak. Oh, God. I can't. My blood pressure's going back up again. Yeah, this is the one that caught my attention. Ghalibaf is done. Ghalibaf, head of Iran's negotiation with the United States, has stepped down amid internal disagreements. I called it. I've been saying it. According to information obtained by Iranian Shah, Ghalibaf was reprimanded for attempting to include the nuclear issue in talks in Washington, was forced to resign. So he didn't resign on his own terms. They forced him to resign. The IRGC said, you're out. Another tanker now? What's up, Eugene? See, I seen you. And this hardliner could replace him. He's a hardline. It says it. Hardline figure Saeed Jalili could replace him, while the foreign minister is also seeking to take over the negotiations. That's why he's been talking tough as of the last few days. Yeah, exactly, Gitmo. Again, why? Because they're so concerned about their internal issues with the radicalization within their countries, and they are so scared that there's going to be an outbreak of violence from these extremists that are in their country by the numbers. That's why. That's exactly why. They allowed it to happen. Now they get what they sow. You reap what you sow. Can they do that? The war is not between Britain. Can they step in and do that? They have no influence on this. They've been doing this since the beginning, trying to work behind Macron, Starmer. No. Oh my God. Again. What do the UK people and the people in France think about this? Or they are not allowed to make comment on it of risk of being reprimanded themselves. He reportedly stepped down due to constant headaches from barrels of... Eugene. Exactly. And maybe not just to him, but to his family. You know what I mean? But yes, pretty much what you just put in chat is... Exactly. Who's holding the gun? That's actually a true statement, possibly. What you just put in there. Another tanker took off. He has about a 10% approval rating. Am I surprised? Absolutely not. Why don't he just... The thing is, for those in the UK, and I've been educated in the past on this, is it true that if he was to resign, you can get another one from the party that can end up being even worse than he is? Somebody's messaging me. I have to do some work soon because I got to take something from someone. And I guarantee this could be messages related to that. I wouldn't be surprised. I left my phone over there because the phone drives me nuts. I tell you, sometimes I just want to throw my phone in the river. You know what? I would just like one whole day to turn off this phone and not be worried about anything. Seriously. I have to check. Okay, everything's good. Nothing really important yet. Now, Pegasus, senior Iranian so no U.S.-Iran talks take place during 5 minutes of Russia's visit to Pakistan. I thought the next in line after Starmer. Oh my God. I hope you're joking. Gitmo. Because I look at that, because I don't know what the hell's going on in the UK. I look at that as almost taking that for real. I don't know if you're joking or serious. And that's not good. That I don't even know that's a joke. I mean, I don't even know how to take that because I'm saying to myself, that shit is possible in the UK. I don't even know how to take that, Gitmo. Because I'm saying to myself, is he joking or is he serious? Because if I knew that to be a possibility of being a joke, I would say, that's funny. But at this point, anything's possible in the UK, so I don't even know if that's a joke or you're being serious. Are you serious? Tusi mentioned something about that? That's why you don't have a cell phone, dude? Yeah, that's not going away. There's a lot going on. Macron and Merz have about 50% approval rating. Fun fact, European media mocks Trump for having only about 35 approval rating. How dare they criticize our president's approval ratings when they're being led by the people they're led by? What hypocrites. Why don't you focus in on your own country and the people that you have there, and why don't you look at your own polls and see what a disaster the leadership you have there. It's like deflection, distraction. Let's focus on Trump and not focus on our own leadership because they're even worse. I mean, that is such hypocrisy that they would do that kind of bullshit. Of course they're going to do that. They're going to deflect it. Blame Trump, blame Trump, blame Trump. Why don't you focus in on your own leaders and see the insanity that's going on within your own countries and straighten that out? Deal with your internal issues. Oh my oh, Jason. Oh my God. And I'll get in trouble if I repeat some of the things you guys are saying. You know that, right? I read, trust me, I read what you guys write. I just can't repeat it because I'm, unfortunately, the way things are here, I could be reprimanded. And it is bizarre. It is so bizarre. My gosh. Don't we live in crazy times? When I was younger, I mean, when I was a teenager during Reagan, yeah, I'm a little older. You know, like things were so different. I mean, compared to where we're at now, oh my God, it's just crazy. I mean, you had Margaret. What did you guys think of Margaret Thatcher? I had a lot of, when I was young and I remember seeing her, I had a lot of respect for her. I remember her. You know? Then you had Cameron, I think his name was. Tony Blair. Wow. I mean, but Margaret Thatcher, I'm looking at it from the outside. I thought she was very respectable. That's just my own opinion. What do you guys think of her? Thatcher was a tough cookie. Oh my God, Gitmo. I know that's a joke. Oh my God. They would allow him to flee into the country though. I bet you. Okay, let's be hypothetical. She was the last real PM of the UK? Okay, so I'm not off then. So I am feeling the same vibe as you guys are. Because I remember her. I even remember in my mind what she looks like. With that hair she had. I remember her clearly. Anyway, and God bless her and her soul, rest in peace. That's what the British people, the people in the UK should look back and say now, that's a prime minister. I would put her picture everywhere. The last real prime minister who had guts and was tough. There's got to be a way that you could send that message without them coming after you, type of deal. You know what I'm saying? Because I hear a lot of that too. Another tank. There's been a Pegasus tanker in the Gulf since yesterday, Lorenzo. It was there yesterday too. We were looking at that. But that's the standard. She was good at making her friends very rich. That's about it. She wrecked the industrial base. See, I don't know about all this. See, I'm an outsider. I don't know. But as far as foreign policy, though, I get what you're saying. But I always took her as a person that didn't bullshit. She shot it straight. She was direct, and she was tough. That was the image that I got from her. And she was a staunch ally. Because you got to remember the Cold War, all that was going on. I don't know, about that stuff. I can't speak to that. Making people rich, and I get what your point is, though. I would have to get an education on that. I remember the Falkland Islands. I remember that. Wasn't that with Argentina? There was a dispute of who has control over those islands. I remember seeing that on TV and everything. Who was the one that they were disputing it with? Was it Argentina? I can't remember. So long ago. Oh my God. There were skirmishes. Fred, someone. Was that Argentina? Who was the one that... I can't remember. I remember that, seeing that, and following that, though. Was Argentina? See, you guys living there know more. You know what I mean? Obviously. And I've always said that. It's, as an outsider looking in, it's based on the media, what we see, and what, we don't really know what's truly going on internally. It would be naive for me to say I do. I always say that unless you are there and you're having that experience yourselves, you really can't speak on stuff because you're an outsider looking in. The people that experience it on the ground are the ones that can really give you their opinion on the inside of what's actually going on. Do I hate when people make opinions about other stuff from the outside, like they know what's going on, and they don't even live there. They're just basing it on social, not back then, but the media, like that, papers and all that, tabloids. You have to talk to the people on the ground that experience it themselves. You know what I mean? Oh! Gary says, she was willing to have a full-scale war about some remote tiny island which are mainly populated by sheep. There's no strategic importance of the Falklands? There's no bases there? I don't know. I don't know. I gotta look at I don't even want to get into that because I'll get sidetracked. But again, you guys educate me. That's the way I look at it. You guys know. I know nothing. All I could tell you is I remember seeing all that on TV. What? The real story behind Tehran's Southern Unity campaign did not begin with Donald Trump's accusations of disarray when he ran with them. It began with a secret letter to the Mouse Jr. What the fuck is this about? But that's if he's alive. You're buying into that whole premise that this is true. That a group of senior leaders wrote a letter to the Mouse Jr. The letter warned that Iran's economic situation is grave, that the country cannot continue on its current path, and that the leadership has no practical choice but to negotiate seriously with the U.S. over the nuclear file. But the IRGC wants nothing to do with that. But they know that they have to convince him so that he could tell the IRGC, because they only answer to him if he's alive and if he's communicating, that he would have to relay that message to the IRGC himself, and they would have to follow that order, because they only answer to him. And they know this. That's why they're freaking out. Only days earlier, Khomeini still had been insisting on continuing, but under the weight of those warnings, he accepted and ended the conflict. A decision he... What? Oh, this is crazy. Ghalibaf is done. The report signatories included senior figures as Ghalibaf, the president of Iran, Arachi was on it, some of these others. Some officials apparently refused to sign it. One name not spoken is Ali Bagheri Khani, Iran's former chief nuclear under. Oh shit, but this guy who's a hardliner showed the letter to other hardliners outside the circle and emphasized that he had not signed it. From there, the matter leaked into political circles in Tehran. Two public reactions suggest how sensitive the leak has become. The first came from Jalil Mohebi, figure close to Ghalibaf. He wrote, "I did not sign this letter." So a lot of them are backing off of this letter. It was left unsigned by others. So this is what caused a lot of shit inside Iran. This is what was causing a lot of political infighting and stuff. Because some wanted this to send this message to the Mouse Jr., and others refused to sign it. Ghalibaf signed it. He's not there anymore. So if you read into that, what won out? Holy shit, it looks like the hardliners won out on it. Trump's claim meets Tehran's denial. This was the atmosphere in which Trump's claim landed. He said that they were fighting like cats and dogs because they could not agree about negotiating with the United States. That is true. Tehran immediately claimed otherwise. Then they moved to say that there was no split. Ghalibaf then put this out, but he's been removed now. He's done. In Iran, there are no hardliners or moderates. We are all Iranian and revolutionary. He added that with the iron unity of the nation and the state and full obedience to the supreme leader, Iran would make the criminal aggressor regret its actions. And then the president who signed it said a similar message to try to show that there is no division. But this guy went further. Then there, look, judiciary. See, I keep bringing this up with the power structure in Iran. The judiciary's on the top. You got to get rid of them, I'm telling you. He said the foolish president of America should know that the hardliner, moderate, absurd, and baseless terms from Western political literature in Islamic Iran. This, I'm telling you, I can't take it. I can't take it. I'm going to have a very hard slap in the face, worse than Macaulay Culkin in Home Alone. The decision triggered the hardline backlash. And it goes into it. They don't want to discuss the nuclear file. Some of them did as a part of the negotiation with the United States. The hardliners won out. The IRGC won out. That's what it was about. Now it looks like we know the reason. See, some were against the idea. Here we go. The Parliament's National Security Commission. More targets to take out. I'm telling you. Until you remove this exists. There is no total regime change because you still have this faction inside of Iran. Deputy Chairman of Parliament's National Security Commission was present in the Pakistan negotiation. He said that since the outcome of those talks were not satisfactory and that the negotiation team made a strategic mistake. His accusation was specific. The team acted contrary to the explicit red line of the leader of the revolution by discussing the nuclear issue with America. They're not to discuss the nuclear issue. That's a dead end. It's dead. But they did discuss it with the Americans. And now they've been reprimanded. And they're gone. Now it's starting to make more sense as far as the specifics. He also said the delegation should have discussed the 10 points set out by the Supreme Leader, not the nuclear file. He criticized the idea that the resistance front could be reduced out only to Lebanon, saying Gaza, Yemen, and Iraq are also part of it. They want the proxies to be funded. They don't want to get rid of that. But there was talk of restricting it only to Lebanon, to Hezbollah. If this is true, remember, we have to put that with a pile of salt. Look at this. Most importantly, he said that based on new information he received, from now on, even if the naval blockade is lifted, any negotiation with America is forbidden. Holy shit. And you saw above, it's in Persian. I wonder if we could translate it. Then he challenged Ghalibaf and Arachi by name. If they did not negotiate over the nuclear issue, they should explicitly deny it. If it becomes clear that they did, he warned, we will frankly speak out to the people of Iran in a different way. Then the backlash moves into the open. This explains why the Iranian delegation did not travel to Pakistan for the second round. The dispute was no longer merely about diplomatic tactics. It had become a fight where the senior officials had crossed a red line set by the Mouse Jr. Then the backlash moved into the media. Affiliated with Iran's Supreme National Council. This is why I keep saying you got to get rid of these people. Published a video warning that a dangerous current was trying to portray Ghalibaf and Arachi as figures who, instead of following the line of resistance, were seeking surrender and compromise. They said this current was trying to replace them against the leader and other senior pillars of the system. That formulation is revealing. Ghalibaf and Arachi were not only answering Trump, they were under pressure from within the regime where hardliners accused them of banning the resistance, pushing compromise, and trying to pressure the leader. Holy shit. So they were trying to pressure the Ayatollah to negotiate with the United States. And they were telling him about the dire environmental situation on the ground in Iran, and that if they didn't negotiate with the United States, it could be the destruction of Iran, let's just say. But the hardliner said, whoa, 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 whoa. We're not signing that. We're not part of that. They let them out to hang and dry. That's why Ghalibaf is gone. Now, Arachi's still there, but did he change his tone? Did he sign it? I don't know. The secret letter appears to be the center of the crisis. One camp believes Iran's economic situation has become so severe that the country must negotiate over the nuclear issue and try to reach a deal. Another camp believes that even discussing the nuclear file with America violates the Mouse's order and amounts to surrender. Tusi's been saying that. I've been saying that. That's what's going on. That's the power struggle. That's what I've been saying. Well, guess who won out? That's it. It's breaking it down. This is good. This is exactly... That is why Thursday's tweets sounded so coordinated. They were not just patriotic slogans. They were loyalty statements. Galibaf, all of them, and others were signaling that they stood with the leader, not against him, and that the leaked letter should not be read as an action of rebellion. Well, it sure fucking was, because he's gone. But the foreign minister got really tough talking. He started to really raise up the rhetoric because he was trying to save himself from this. Galibaf is gone. But Arachi's still there, maybe. That's not been confirmed. They're talking about putting a hardliner to replace them in the negotiations. Halili, or whatever his name is. Saeed Halili. This is making sense. This is making sense. Some officials signed it, others refused. The letter leaked. A figure close to Galibaf threatened legal consequences for the disclosure. It's too bad. It's out. It was leaked. Somebody leaked it. It says it above. And the hardliners found out. And then the IRGC definitely found out and said, this is treason. They were not supposed to do that. They went against the supreme leader's red lines. That's what was going on. Trump said, it says it there. Trump said they were fighting like cats and dogs when negotiating with the United States. Tehran rejected that claim, but the sequence of events points to a real internal fight. But we know that. The dispute is not cosmetic. It goes to the core. I'm glad somebody used the word core. Core. Not regime change, not total regime change. The core of the regime strategy. Whether Iran can survive its economic crisis without a nuclear deal, or whether pursuing such a deal now means defying the Ayatollah. The unity tweets were not proof that Tehran is united. They were public cover for a split that has already become visible. Power vacuum in Tehran emboldens hardliners. And that is connected to the letter. Because they found out that a letter was written by, let's call them the ones the president were calling the moderates that were negotiating with the United States. The letter was leaked. On the letter that they sent to the mouse, it got leaked. And then they threw those under the bus that they had signed it, and others were saying, I didn't sign it. I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about, man. I don't know what even you're talking about. Your sister's in a nursing home. Ma, close the door. So, this makes a lot of sense. To me, it does. Because I was saying this, the infighting, what was going on, I was dead on. I didn't know about the letter, but now it makes more sense to me. It makes total sense. It all adds up. Now, of course, he's saying the infighting cats and dogs. That's true. Now, I don't know if the United States intelligence got their hands on that letter. I don't know. If they knew about the specifics, what was going on inside Iran. Maybe. But this is a holy shit. But it looks like the hardliners won out. They don't want to, if we hear in the future that the nuclear issue is not part of the discussions, we know that they definitely won out. And I believe that to be the case. But it does look like some did want to negotiate with the United States and make a deal over the nuclear issue. And if you remember the early days, he said they have agreed to discuss going into Iran and removing the highly enriched uranium. They were trying to negotiate on it, and they were not supposed to, based on what we're seeing here. Do you see what I'm saying? What's up, Giovanna? But it's too bad that I would like to know if this could be translated. We should try to look this up. If there is that letter that we could look at. I'm going to look it up. I mean, this is just coming out. This is... Tusi should jump on this. Because he'll be able to read it. Tusi should jump on this. Mom, what? Ma, we'll talk about that later. You already knew about this. Okay, Ma. You didn't? Okay. That's weird. So allegedly, this is crazy shit. And allegedly the mouse put out a statement, but I don't believe that to be true. He put out something 20 hours ago. Due to the strange unity created amongst compatriots. What the fuck is this about? All right, I gotta get rid of this. Exclusive message from the Supreme Leader of Iran. Due to the strange unity created amongst compatriots, a fracture has occurred in the enemy. With the practical gratitude for this blessing, cohesion has become even greater and more steel-like, and the enemies will become more wretched and diminished. The enemy's media operations, by targeting the minds and psyche of the people, intends to undermine national unity and security. May our negligence not allow this sinister intent to come to fruition. In other words, to divide them. You know that they say that the son is even more of a hardliner than his father. I've heard things that, I don't know if that's true, but I looked up secret letter Iran. It is spreading. The talk is spreading out there. This is the one we just looked at. Despite the image of unity, beneath the surface there was significant divisions. It started with a letter. Some officials signed it, others did not, and it leaked. This is making sense. This is making sense. I would love to see those letters. Somebody needs to get their hands on these letters. I would love to have Tusi dig in and try to obtain, if possible, because I can't read them. They're in Persian unless they're translated. Do you know? You know the mainstream media press are trying to get their hands on this one for the exclusivity. You know that. It looks like Iran International, they showed a couple of images. I don't know if that's what it was. I don't know. I mean, I see stuff there, but I don't know what the hell it is. Tusi needs to jump on this. If somebody talks to Tusi, I'll put the link. You should get him on this. This is, to me, this is significant. To me, it is. But I don't know what that says. And we need more. And I don't know. Mak Shufat. I don't know. What does that say? Anybody here that can read that? Is there anyone here that can read what's on that screen and put it in chat and tell us what the hell that says? Because I can't do a translation. That's not something I can do. It's not like I can copy it. Because it's not interpreted. anywhere. What is that? Wait. Maybe I could do this. Do you know you got to do it backwards in order to copy? Well, a lot of times. Hold on. Oh, come on. Fuck. Stop. Oh, I hate when that shit happens. Come on. I'm not going to do this line by fucking line. We gotta translate. This drives me nuts. Look at this. I can't even do it. It doesn't want to copy and paste properly. I'm just gonna take a few lines at a time because this is gonna drive me pissed. This is gonna get me upset. Look at this. I can't do it. I'm gonna take that. And then I'll get the rest. I want to see what this says. Enter text. Okay. I'm going to take the rest. Do I have to do it line by line more? Okay, if that's what you're going to make me do, then that's what I'm going to do. I got it. Okay, I'm going to share it on the screen. The translation. I use Google Translator. If a confidential letter is copied to a member of a meeting and that person shows the letter to others other than the members of the meeting and says that he did not sign this letter, he shall be sentenced to up to 10 years in prison, according to Article 2 of the Penal Code, for the publication and disclosure of confidential government documents. This crime is unforgivable. So this is about the leak. They are not happy this got leaked. Oh my God, Eugene, if that... Eugene, you're too much. I need a good laugh though, dude. I did use Google Translate. You're thinking ahead of me. Well, we're thinking alike. So, there it is. If a confidential letter is copied to a member of a meeting, and that person shows the letter to others, other than the ones that were in that meeting, so getting it out, so they're pissed that they sent a secret letter to the Ayatollah and they got busted because it got leaked to other people that were not part of the meeting. Everybody else found out, including the hardliners, and I'm sure the fucking IRGC found out, and they are done. I wouldn't be surprised if Ghalibaf has been reprimanded and stepped down, that he ends up in a prison. Forget about house arrest, like Tusi said. Tusi was on the right trail. He might be under arrest. Period. Punishable up to 10 years, according to Article 2 of the Penal Code, for the publication and disclosure of confidential government documents. This crime is unforgivable. But see, how do we know? Does it mean he's alive? And they went against his red lines? I don't know. Does this prove he's still alive? And coherent? And not incapacitated? Or whatever? I don't know. This is like really interesting stuff. It really is. The secret letter to the Shadow King. This sounds like Juicy said or somebody. It's like something out of the Game of Thrones. I don't know, it might have been the Enforcer guys that said that. It's like something out of the Game of Thrones. The Shadow King. Holy shit. Oh my. The Shadow King. Because it's true, he's in the shadows, but nobody knows what the hell this situation is. But if he's alive and this is true, yes, you're right. They have never publicly denied the goat stuff. Never. Tusi, get your team on this. Try to get those letters. Somehow, dude. I mean, if I had a team, I say, team, find these letters. See if there's a way to get access to these leaked letters. Make them public. Oh my God, that's like the biggest thing. You know, every media outlet is trying to get their hands on this so alleged letter that was written to the Ayatollah, and it was leaked within the Iranian government, parliament people, and all those. But it's a crime. So if you think about it this way, if you are a person, like let's just say, if it's subject to being sentenced to crime in Iran, could you imagine if an American outlet or somebody else outlet puts it out there? Oh my, you've got the target right there. Just think about that. Yeah, they double down. I agree with Bean. They double down. The hardliners won out. That's why Ghalibaf stepped down forcefully. He was reprimanded. He's gone. He's off the negotiating team. So Ghalibaf, he signed it. He's out. It's they're looking at it as treason. Well, it's actually, they're looking at it as treason on whoever leaked it. They're pissed. They are upset that their letter got out. And whoever signed it, and now that it got out, there are people saying, well, I didn't sign it. Well, I didn't sign it. Look, do you see my signature on that? I'm not on that. I was in the meeting, but I didn't sign that paper. I didn't agree. So anybody who signed it, bye-bye. Yes, Arachi, but if he's traveling to Pakistan, Oman, and Russia, does that mean he got off? I don't know. Does that mean he did not sign it, or did he sign it and somehow he got out of it? He wiggled out of this? I don't know. Maybe because he speaks English? he's useful. He's a useful idiot. That's it. I'm trying to come up with concepts here and ideas of what the hell is going on. So I'm sure every news outlet, Times, Axios, whoever, is trying to get their hands on this alleged leaked letter. But I don't know if it'll ever get out of Iran. We're only hearing word of it. But I'm sure they're trying their hardest to get their hands on this leaked letter that allegedly went from, because that's going to show everything that's going on in Iran. If true. If true. I don't know. Or is this all made up within the Iranian government between the hardliners winning out against them to say that there was such a letter? How do we know the letter is real? How do we know? How do we know that the letter is even real? They just came up with this story to cover up about the infighting in Iran. And there is no mouse. But they're saying that they went against the mouse to create that power struggle that was going on, to say, okay, who's going to win out on this? And just eliminate them out of the picture in that power struggle. So the letter may actually be a cover. This, like I said, we can examine this and come up with so many different possibilities here, if you think outside the box a little. Everything clear apart from some little ones. What, in Israel? So I find this very intriguing. I want to see how this develops throughout the day. I really, really, really am interested to see how this could become a major story. If there is such a letter and it's leaked to the press somehow, this could be a big one. It's truly gonna show. And it also emphasizes the point of who won out and why there's no negotiation scheduled. It seems to me the hardliners won out and the IRGC. As I think pretty much you could figure that out. Oh shit. Hold on. So the IDF put out a message in Arabic to the people in southern Lebanon. We reiterate that during the ceasefire period, the Israeli Defense Forces continue to maintain their positions in southern Lebanon in order to confront the ongoing terrorist activities of Hezbollah. We again warn that if for your safety and for the safety of your families, until further notice, you are required not to move south of the following line of villages and their surroundings. And they list a whole bunch. It's also forbidden to approach the Litani River. That's the river I was referring to earlier, the Litani. In addition, you are requested not to cross into or return to the following villages. There's a whole bunch. So they put that out. And they just, Manny, that you always hear that Steve talks about, Manny Fabian, he put out a video. Target struck, southern Lebanon. I saw pictures, but now I'm seeing a video. So this is Manny Fabian. Yeah, I saw that Bibi admitted that he was treated for cancer and it's been dealt with. I saw that earlier. It's a sandy soap opera. And maybe an oily one too, no? Sorry, I had to do that. So yeah, they just put this out. Manny Fabian put this out. That's the one that you always hear Steve Luckner refer to. This is his Telegram, Manny's War Room. For those interested, on Telegram, Manny's War Room. That's how you'll find his stuff. You don't look up Manny Fabian. Emmanuel. Look up Manny's War Room. What the hell is this? Oh no, my neighbor. I'm supposed to help her with the hedges. I gotta take the station for the weekend. Lorenzo, this could be a sign of war. The whole airspace clear with no planes coming in or out. This is interesting, but remember the Iranians are claiming they're opening up their airspace for international travel too. So how does that affect that? Matter of fact, I should go to the civilian traffic. Not that this. Oh, look at this. But then again, this happens. This is always going on. I don't see nothing unusual standing out here. C-17s, tankers, you always see them up in the air, always. And there were a whole bunch of them. There's another one on the way. You know what I mean? It's another tanker on the way. And yes, the UK has their base right here. They always got activity going on. I always was wondering what this Shah D is. I always see this from time to time. I'm like, what is Shah D? What is that from Jordan? I always wonder. Could never get that one. Iran is quiet. I actually want to check the filter. Let's see if there's any flights resuming. I got to refresh flight radar. Let's see if there's any flight resuming in Tehran. Civilian. Why don't we? Nope. Ain't nothing moving there. At least, if it's international flights, civilian flights, the transponder should be on to identify them as civilian. That would make sense. But I think they said Saturday. It's still evening. So that's something to keep an eye on too. What is the traffic in Iran, if there is? Because allegedly, China and India said they told their people get out of Iran immediately. That was earlier. Allegedly, being reported by Amir, the Israeli reporter, he said in a post, China and India tell their citizens to get out of Iran immediately. So, were they tipped off something's coming? I don't want to read too much into that. So, I don't know. But if that's true about that secret letter that went on in Iran, that is a really serious shit show within Iran right now. That is, and that's why I said that. That's why I said earlier, before this came out, that's what you got to get. That's what you have to target, not the power plants, not the bridges. You have to take the rest of that core out. They're in disarray right now. If that letter is true, this secret letter, if this is true and everything we just went over, there's some serious issues internally in Iran. And that's why Ghalibaf is no longer part of the negotiating team. If this is true, that's a few of them wrote a secret letter to the Mouse Jr. in defiance of the others. The hardliners found out it was leaked. They found out about the letter, and now they're being reprimanded for writing that letter directly, secretly to the supreme leader. If this is all true, if he's alive, if he's even coherent. Don't know. I don't know. It's hard to say. Very hard. Oh my God, Eugene. So, yes, I agree with you, Giovanna, on that. Bill, there are no normal flights coming into Tel Aviv for at least 2 hours. Nothing coming in, not a single one, mark my words. So again, now is this in coordination with the markets closing in a little while and something is coming? I don't know. No idea. But I think the president by now knows there's going to be no negotiations in Pakistan this weekend. Based on what we're seeing on social media X, that the Iranians said, we're sending a delegation there, but we're not meeting with the U.S. Unless something happens in secret. But there seems to be a lot of secrecy going on in Iran right now. Fake news? Maybe it is. There's so much propaganda out there, it's hard to believe anything. But I just translated what was put there in Google Translation on that article by Iran International. This. And it did. It pointed this out. And that's the Google Translation. If a confidential letter is copied to a member of a meeting and that person shows the letter to others other than the members in that meeting and says that he did not sign this letter, he shall be sentenced to up to 10 years in prison according to Article 2 of the Penal Code for the publication and disclosure of confidential documents. This crime is unforgivable. So if this is true, big if, that this letter was sent secretly by some members in Parliament to the Supreme Leader, then it was leaked and the hardliners found out about it. And there are reports that Ghalibaf is no longer part of the negotiation team because he signed it. It does make sense. It does make sense. It does add up. And this article goes into detail about it from Iran International. I'll copy it. You guys reach your own conclusions. I'll put it one more time. You reach your own conclusions, but it does kind of add up to where everything's going on. And Ghalibaf is gone. They even released it. Ghalibaf. I'm sure it'll come up. Oh. Oh, yeah, look. After firing Chief Negotiation Ghalibaf, IRGC Vahidi, he's the guy who's running the show. And that was the power struggle in Iran. This was noticed weeks ago. Said Iran will continue enriching uranium, so they're saying the nuclear file is not part of any negotiation. Vahidi, the head of the commander of the IRGC, is restating it. Iran will continue enriching uranium, pursue its long-range missile program, and continue the war until the last U.S. soldier remains in the Middle East. He refused to engage in any peace talks. That's it. IRGC has resumed control. They've taken control. That was predictable. There was a power struggle that was recognized a few weeks ago between these two. Who won out? It wasn't Ghalibaf. Another indicator. Look, Iranian journal says news that Ghalibaf has resigned is completely false. So they're denying it. But a lot has happened since 20 hours ago. So they're in denial. There's so much shit going on. 2 hours ago. So this is 2 hours ago. Translated from Persian. Ghalibaf was reprimanded by the Islamic Front for attempting to include the nuclear energy issue as part of the negotiation agenda with the United States and was forced to resign. According to Iran International's information, the possibility of replacing Ghalibaf with Saeed Halili at the head of the negotiation, he's a hardliner, has been raised, and Arachi is also seeking to take responsibility for the U.S. negotiation file following Ghalibaf's departure. Allegedly he was one of the people that signed that secret letter to the Supreme Leader. I don't know. I'm just telling you what the hell is going on right now, and it's spreading like wildfire about this secret letter. Now, will we ever see this secret letter? I'd like to see the secret alleged letter. I've seen no evidence to back it up. I would like to see such a letter. You know what I mean? Oh my God, Eugene. Commander Sadar Radan, during the clash between the police tactical unit and American helicopters and the destruction, we obtained very good documents and are currently decoding. What? What the hell? That's the IRGC just put that out? During the clash between the police tactical unit and American helicopters. When did this happen? American helicopters and their destruction. When did this happen? What are they talking about? We obtained very good documents and are currently decoding. What the fuck are they talking about? American helicopters? Are they talking about when we recovered our pilot and we destroyed the assets on the ground and they found stuff? Is that what they're talking about? Cheeto Mosquito. 76 flights have just been delayed at Tel Aviv. Fake news. Yeah, that's fake news. What is that? I don't even know what the hell that is. I don't even know where that's coming from. American helicopters. Uh-oh. Another video? This is all Hezbollah. They're showing a video of Hezbollah terrorists, and then they took them out. IDF publishes footage showing the exchange of fire between 6 Hezbollah gunmen and Israeli paratroopers in southern Lebanon. And then the subsequent airstrike on that. Holy shit. Warning, I don't think we'll see it. And then they hit it with an airstrike. That just got released. Wow. Now, a lot of people will say, how do we know this just happened? How do we know this isn't old footage? How do we know? How do we know? How do we know? We don't. You know how things are. Anything is questionable. And a lot of people would say that. How do we know that was today? How do we know that wasn't 3 months ago? I get it. I don't even have to bring it up before a comment is made in chat about it. That's legit. How do we know? Yeah, that's true, Eugene. They are really bad. Allegedly, that was earlier in southern Lebanon. There were 6 Hezbollah gunmen on top of a building, a rooftop. And then the Israelis identified them and did an airstrike and took them out. But the report says 2 of the Hezbollah operators were killed by the paratroopers and 4 were killed in the airstrike. So, paratroopers. 2 of them, there were 6 of them in that video. 2 of them allegedly were killed by paratroopers. The other 4 were killed in the airstrike, according to the military. Here's another one. Another video published by the IDF shows a missile strike on the building where the 6 Hezbollah operators were holed up. Take it for what it's worth. I'm just telling you and showing you. So it's all based on those allegedly 6 Hezbollah gunmen were on top of this building, on the rooftop or inside, and they took them out in southern Lebanon. That's what you're looking at. And allegedly, this happened earlier. So the IDF just released this. Again, you take it with a pile of salt and reach your own conclusions. Some will say that's fake, this is how do we know, how do we know, how do we know? And that's the fog. Goes with the territory. But there's a lot of reports of this, and to me, it adds up and it makes sense. To me. It does. It does add up. I have to be honest, this does make sense to me. Because I was even saying it. I wonder what guided munition they use. Good question. The report says 7,600 in Tel Aviv. I checked it and it's true. You can see a flight radar and then click on Tel Aviv report at the airport. Oh no, I believe you. I don't question what you're saying, Lorenzo. I believe you. I totally believe you that there's some kind of disruptions going on. But are you reading into it that there's a sign that something's happening soon? It's possible. Because of that, you're tying that they're closing everything down. You know, because you got to remember, it's also being used by the U.S. military, Ben Gurion. So are you saying that they're making sure that no civilian flights are going in and out because something's coming? I don't know. It's possible. Yeah, I read about this earlier. This is old. And look, it's unbelievable. Charged with scouting locations, including the Israeli embassy and Britain's oldest synagogue. 2 men accused of spying on Jewish and Israeli targets in London for Iranian intelligence appeared at the Old Bailey on Thursday, charged with scouting locations, including the Israeli embassy. So, UK, Starmer, what are you going to do about this? You seem to protect one community, but you don't seem to be doing enough to protect another community. What's up with that? What's up with that? Why don't you go like you did, meeting with certain leaders? Why don't you meet with the Jewish leaders in person and talk to them directly and make a statement? Why not? What are you afraid of? It's all your people. You're supposed to be representing all your people, not just one certain sector. I and the rest of us could have been drafted and sent to the front because we have great leaders. They derailed the evil plans. Our generation was destined to fight the great war, but fate had other plans. So, Lavrov needs to go hide under a rock. I can't stand that dude. I really personally can't stomach him, Lavrov. Ugh. Yeah, but this is the one. This is the one. The secret letter to the Shadow King. Like Game of Thrones. It's like a Game of Thrones plot. Now again, until I see the evidence of such a letter exists, I can't, I take this with a pile of salt, but if it is true, wow. If true, this is a wow. To me it is. It makes everything add up to why they didn't go to the second negotiation that was scheduled and why they're not meeting now. Unless something miraculously changes in the next 48 hours. Okay. Nothing. Eugene, I wrote a song that was actually, this is crazy. I wrote a song for the Ukrainian people that was being spread amongst the Ukrainian soldiers on the ground in the front lines. That was like months ago. That's a fact. The other thing, and I think I'm allowed to play it. And I can't show the photo. I was told not to. So I will not, definitely not. But remember yesterday with Navy Mom. Remember, my song was played on the entire ship. I am so humbled and honored. He put it on, he controls all the TVs on the ship. He put it on every TV on the Bush carrier. Everybody's TV had my video on with the song. There it is. On the entire Bush carrier. I'm almost emotional because it's such a humbling, honorable, I am humbled by it. And I can't say enough. It is amazing. Isn't that unbelievable? I want to almost cry. And ain't nothing wrong with a man crying, grown-ass man crying either. That is humbling. I am honored for all of them and their families. I'm actually going to cry now. I am humbled beyond words. Words cannot describe. That's humbling. Anyway, I'm actually tearing because it's tears of joy. And you said something, somebody just said something, Eugene. She said that a lot of them are very young sailors. It lifts their spirit. She told me that. She said it in chat yesterday. You lifted spirits on that ship. That is an honor. Like you just said. Yeah, the entire ship. It was on every TV. He has controls. That's his role. He has controls over all the TVs on the entire ship, and he played that song. That's a fact. If Navy Mom was here, she would tell you that's a fact. That's unbelievable. On the entire ship. My song. I hope they liked it. I hope most of them liked it. Oh, could you imagine? Oh, absolutely. My friend was one of them. One of my best friends I lost 2 years ago. I grew up with him in high school, going back to high school. But he ended up serving 8 years. And it was to get that education. He was, I can say it now, he was on a nuclear sub and he was a boiler engineer on the sub. He was also part of the group when the coal got hit. After leaving the Navy, he ended up becoming the top boiler operator engineer for a big college in New York City, a major campus. And he was making a ton. Six-figure. He was making a lot of money. And you are right. A lot of them go for the education and to pursue a career after the military. You are absolutely correct. You are right, Kenny. Yes, Eugene. Yes, exactly. And yes, a lot of them, all of them are now staying long term. He passed away. You don't know. Oh my God, I grew up with him. He passed away 2 years ago. His name, I don't want to say his name. Bob. Robert, first name. He had a brain aneurysm. He bled. He died almost instantly. And he was going to retire soon. And he used to talk to me. We used to go to the movies. He used to live 20 minutes from me. And we would go to the movies together. We spent time together. Like I said, he's one of my childhood best buddies. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. That he's gone. Just like that. Suddenly. The shock, you know what I mean? Your best friend growing up, gone. Never to call again. Never to talk to him again. That's hard. So, we all have stories. Unfortunately, I have a few. But yeah, that's what he did. But he served 8. And then he left, got married. He was married before he went in. 2 daughters, or was it 3? I think he had 3 daughters. And great guy. And yeah, so sad. But you're right. You guys are right. Some, like you said, decide to stay. They make a career in the military. They love it. And they don't leave. But still, the opportunity is there to get an education so that they do, when they leave, they have so many opportunities for themselves, hopefully. Navy Mom, you're here. I just showed the video that your son shared with you. And does he not have control of every TV? And was it true that that song played on every TV set on the Bush Carrier? I don't think till the day I die, if there's one great thing that I think I've done in my life as service to others, I will look back on this. And I hope I lifted their spirits, some of them, and it put a smile to their face. And it affected them in a positive way. I could take that with me. Oh, it's never easy to lose. Yeah, he has control of all TVs. I can't imagine. I'd be embarrassed. If I was there and I saw my song all over the place, I'd be scared. I'd be embarrassed. Yes, God bless her son. And everyone everywhere serving in our military and their families. Everyone, everywhere, in every branch. Coast Guard, Space Force, National Guard, because sometimes, people always think about the main branches. We can't forget about what the Coast Guard does, and National Guard, and all the others. Everyone, whether they're in ops or not, or in boot camp, or getting ready to go to boot camp, because Kendrick has a friend who's leaving in 2 weeks. No matter what. And God bless them all. Really. Quite an honor, and it boosted them all. You're going to make me cry now, Navy Mom. You know that. You're going to make me emotional. I was just emotional. It meant a great deal to them all. So important knowing patriots at home have their back. You better believe it. And you don't have to just say the message from me. It's everyone in this chat room. I don't think there's anybody in this chat room that does not support our military and their families. If you don't, you shouldn't be here. They are not alone. Absolutely, they're not alone. Not for nothing, it makes me think to take this to a Trump sends Wickoff and Kushner to Pakistan for talks with Arachi. Oh, God. Oh, God. Anyway, I saw it. You know what we should all do as citizens, even if you know them or don't? You should, when you know that they're coming in after deployment, Americans should go and welcome them home, regardless if you know anyone there or not. Is to show support. It doesn't matter. Americans showing support. I think the families would love to and appreciate that, and I know they would. Someone should organize these type of real rallies. Rally around our military. Those are the kind of rallies that we should see more. Don't you think? Someone should organize that. Welcome them home. It doesn't matter if it's a personal connection or not. They're there for you. Bottom line. I have no issue if I knew, oh my gosh, and I've got the stuff to wear, the caps, the flag. Let's go. Welcome home. We support you. We stand with you. Whatever your sign wants to say, show your support. Because just because they're coming back doesn't mean they're not going to be redeployed and go somewhere else. But they'll remember that. I think that we should do something here on the ground in the United States and create a group, an organization to do exactly that. I'm surprised. Is it coordinated? That should be done throughout the country. I mean, I'm in. And I know all of you would be in too. And I don't care if you're from the UK, because it's international. I know that you guys aren't here. I'm talking about the mainland. And of course, Hawaii, Alaska, whatever. But I know you guys would support it too. But I'm talking, this is specifically going on to the people here, you know? Military Appreciation Month next month. Show it. You know what? All these social media things that we see on TikTok, shorts on YouTube, Facebook. Do some shorts appreciating Americans in the military. How about that? How about that? Show your support. I'm gonna come up with something myself. I have to think about how I'm gonna do it, but I'm gonna do it. I could show you like an idea that I had that hit my head. But they're, because I live in a very rural, we don't have bases near me like that. I would definitely have to travel quite a distance. But there are other symbolism locations that can be used in the foreground. I have one. I'm going to show it to you before I get off, because I got to get off. I have work. I have shows from 6 to 10 tonight. Work is calling. Plus, I have to help my neighbor. Plus, I have to mow my lawn. Plus, I got things to do. Tusi, where are you? Come on, Tusi. Come on. I hope that Tusi digs into this story about this alleged secret letter. And he has his team trying to figure out, and somebody needs to get their hands, if they can, on this alleged secret letter and publish it and put it out there and translate it. Oh my God, that would, the IRGC would lose it. The Iranian regime would lose it. They would lose it. They would lose it. Because if it's true, it shows what's really going on in Iran. Oh boy. If true, that is a scandal, big time. These few members tried to write a secret letter directly to the Supreme Mouse. And the others found out because someone leaked it to the others. And the hardliners found out. And like, what the fuck are you doing? Trying to communicate with him. What about us? What do boys us say? Who are you? To try to convince and pressure our supreme leader to do what you want with the United States and compromise with them. Oh, could you imagine the hardliners' response? Oh my God! You're done. You are so toast. Oh, that's the end of you. Even if your intentions were looking out for the betterment of the Iranian country, like if you were looking at the survival of the country, the effects of the country, it ain't gonna matter. Because they're not looking at it that way. I'm looking for a specific folder. I have an idea. And I can go there because it's not that far from my house. But my computer's working to find the folder. If I did it manually, I have 5 or 6 drives. It would take forever to figure out where it is. I'll tell you a little background. I did a tour of Washington's headquarters, which is located not far from my house. It's right on the Hudson River. It's a great place to go to if you're ever in the area, because we have a lot of historical sites here. And I'm going to tell you, it was amazing seeing his headquarters where he lived, he and his wife. They gave us a tour. Do you realize how influential Martha was, his wife, on Washington? She came back. She came from a family of influence. They should make a movie on her and her role. I'm telling you that right now, based on the information that we were told during the tour. Because I went with someone. It was incredible. And she's from here. She's from the area. From this area. Like, I was very impressed on the details that they gave during the tour. And you saw the mirror that Washington used in his bedroom. Now, there was a desk. It wasn't the desk that was from his headquarters, but it was a desk that he did use at another headquarters, and they brought it into this headquarters. You're walking into history. Every room had a fireplace. That's the way they heated it. heated the rooms. Every room had a fireplace. And then they had these devices that were bed warmers that they would put underneath to warm. It was incredible. And I took pictures of everything. Everything. Because I went nuts. I wanted to document it all. They didn't mind. I took pictures of everything. And it was amazing. I opened every drawer that had... I took a picture of George Washington's hair. They have a sample of his hair sealed. Everything. All the weapons, the dinnerware, silverware, clothing. Everything. It was incredible. I'm looking for it. Navy mom, God bless you and your family. That goes to everyone. Iran says they don't want to be... And Navy mom, tell them we all send our love. And God bless them, our prayers for their safe return, all that. And I got to get off in 10 minutes. I have to. I have things to do. No word on Tusi? Nothing? The secret letter... Shit, I closed the window out. Go to Iran International on X, and you'll see the big article that Iran International put on their website. Go to their website. I'll show you quick while the computer's searching. This one. I'll put this on the screen for now while my computer's looking for what I want to find. The secret letter to the Shadow King. So a few of the members wrote a secret letter to the Supreme Leader. The others found out about it, and it didn't go over well. It didn't. You got to read this article. I'll put the article one more time in chat. You could read it, Sean. How's that? While I look for what I want to show you. Because I think I'm going to do something there, if they allow me. I might even talk to the town. For the 4th of July, there's a big celebration. I have connections here in the town, believe it or not. They should do something special during 4th of July. I'm going to make some calls. Because we always have a town celebration. We should do something in honor. That would be appropriate, I think. I can't find this. It's still looking. I'm going to have to do it manually before I go. This is not going to be easy. But I'll find it. It might be easier just... Hey, I got it. Look at that. How quick. Oh, my God. I should have done it this from the beginning. Okay. I have too many pictures. I really do. I'm going to just show you. Like this. Is this his mirror? That's George Washington's mirror. That's his actual mirror for real in his bedroom. That is actually George Washington's mirror, as an example. It's not what I wanted to show. And you got to see what they put across the Hudson River. These logs they cut with chains to take out the ships trying to come up the Hudson. It was they were clever. They were clever. See, like this one. This is actually George Washington's headquarters photos. Every room has an area to give off heat. Every room. Every room. But I want to show you the picture I'm looking for. Because I have too many. I have like artifacts. I mean, I can do this all day long. This was actually in the headquarters. Look at the dates. Look at this. It's all preserved, you know what I mean? I had to take pictures. It's in temperature controlled stuff like money. I took photos of everything. Look at this. Look how far back. That's just an example. But I want to find the main. Here's the actual. And that was there during his time. It's amazing. I'm telling you, go here. It is amazing. I love it. You see, that's my friend. He's a host of a show. I would love to be here. I'm here at George Washington headquarters. The establishment of our country, our freedom. Standing in such a, historical site. A tribute to all of you. Keeping freedom alive in our country. All that. I could do a whole thing. And I know they would allow me. But this is George Washington's headquarters right here. That's it. I have a better picture from the tower. The tower is cool too. I took a picture from the tower. I know I did. This one. Look at that. Look at that picture. That's a postcard right there. Look how beautiful that is. That's I think the Liberty Tower I took it from. I think it's called the Liberty Tower. Which is, I don't know if this is me. That fat, see? I've got my Air Force cap, my Raptor shirt on. I'm all in the patriotic mood when I went there, boy. And you'll hear me, like, at times when you hear me, like, when I show the video sometimes of the air shows, you'll hear me say, "Go USA. God bless our troops." You'll hear me. I go crazy. I love this stuff. I'm all about it. So you better believe it. 250 years. Yep. Yes. Imagine wearing that in the summer. I'm going to the tall ships in July. That's always awesome. I experienced that on my dad's boat. Being in 19, it was I think it was the 100th. It was the 100th. It was centennial of the Statue of Liberty. And my dad took his cabin cruiser down the East River to the battery, and we saw all the ships sailing. It was fucking awesome. Because we were close to them. It was awesome. I'll never forget that. I'm in San Francisco, sort of like New York City. Well, you got that stuff going on there too, don't you? Oh, God. Oh, no. 10 Department of... Oh, I would like to know what that story's all about. Yeah, I was big, dude. I still have that cap. I know where it is, too, I think. I still have that cap. I wear certain things for, Oh, I have my gear. When I go out to certain things... it is great memories. And that's why... Oh, yeah, Fisherman Warfare Pier 39. See, I don't want to go into New York City. Because they have that. Fleet Week, they have that. I don't know when it's supposed to happen. Jesus Christ. I guarantee... That could be anything. Could be the troll. Could be anything. lurk, a stalker. Could be like that phone call. Could be anything. I want to know if it's what is it? Fleet Week, New York City, 2026. I don't know if they already have it. They already have it. Are you serious? But when is it? I don't want to know about the history. Here we go. But it doesn't have a date. So here is Fleet Week coming up in New York City. The schedule promises to be exciting lineup. Air shows, ship tours, live demonstrations, much more.
This is my foreman.
Let me see. Let me see it. Put your hand out. I can see it. Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. The Intrepid is great to go to. I haven't gone there in so many years. I need to do that. The USS New York, Kearsarge. I'm not seeing a date though. The parade of ships. This is cool. But the thing is, where can I find the schedule? Schedule will be updated on the official, closer to the event dates. The schedule will be updated on the official Fleet Week New York City website. So where's that? I gotta look into that. And I don't want to go alone. I want to go with a few people to enjoy it. But definitely that is something. Now they're doing something special at the Intrepid. Oh my God. That's probably, I bet you it's already all booked out. Oh, I wouldn't mind taking a trip to the city for this. Now this is different. This is a game changer on the Intrepid. What's going on? I'm going to call you in 5 minutes. I'm streaming. I'm going to end it so I could take it. Did you hear that? Any of it? I will call you back so we can get to work. Because I've been live for like 4 hours. I'm going to get off in 5 minutes.
Okay.
I'll call you right back. Bye. Oh man, tickets. I can only imagine. They're probably gone. I'm going to have to dig into this offline. Demonstrations from the U.S. Marine Corps, U.S. Coast Guard. Check back. Oh, it's not available yet. Check back for more information and updates. It's upcoming. You can't do anything yet. This is going to be awesome. What's going on now here? U.S. confirms no talks have been arranged this weekend. Yeah, exactly. They're begging. I had a feeling that was what that was about. IRGC refused to discuss nuclear. I said that. Google says New York Fleet Week is beginning of July. It makes sense because it's a coordination for the 250. That makes sense. Total sense. But this could be big. I'm going to have to I'm going to bookmark this. I may go. I may go for this. And definitely go live because I can do that. They're not going to complain about it. And definitely go live. And maybe, because you know me, I'm a talker. If I would ask sailors or whoever's present before I go live, would you come on with me just for a few minutes, even if it's just 30 seconds? I am definitely capable of doing something like that. That would be so cool. You know what else? Like, my mind is the wheels are turning. It would be great if we can get a bunch of us on the record telling them how thankful we are to them. Here's a message from many of the people that I know. I said, this is a direct message from all of them to you. I want you to see this. Believe me, the wheels are turning right now. I'm just thinking. It's going to metastasize and it's going to become something else. Because there's stuff that goes on here too, but that's big. But there's going to be so many people. And I don't know how I'm going to, the traffic and everything. Oh my God, it's a nightmare. It is nightmarish. Hi, Nanny Gavax. Who's here? It's that time. There he is. It's that time. The baby is here. And you know what that means. Right? I know what the baby wants. I know what the baby wants. He's going to pound me any second. It's coming. He's going to pounce on me. See the tail moving? The baby. That's Mr. Spoiled. They're never going to talk. This is not going to happen. The IRGC has now taken control. I told you guys. They're refusing. That's it. They're the ones that are going to make these hard line, red line stances. They refuse to give up. They don't care about the people. They don't care about any of that. They just care about their jihad, holy war, and revenge flag of their supreme leader being assassinated, killed, however you want to put it. That's what they're thinking of. This is revenge. This is sick. Yeah, Tycho is tenacious. No doubt about that, Genghis. You know this too long. Oh, I just got tackled. I just got tackled. He just came charging. Look at him. He just charged. He went back and he just charged at me. He actually got me. You are the baby. Ha! Yes, we shall, as always, we shall see what will be. Yes, we will. Keep an eye out for Tusi and everybody else. If I come back, it won't be until after 10 because I got to work. But keep an eye out because the president obviously knows right now that there is no negotiations. So does that change anything moving forward as far as ceasefire, preemptive, knowing, extensions? So we really have to pay attention. Because after the markets close, is there going to be anything happening tonight, tomorrow, Sunday? Nothing. Extensions, talks, no talks. How much more can you extend this situation at this point? How much more? How much more rope are you going to give them? Knowing what the situation is. Because it's like, well, we don't know who the hell to talk to. Well, now it looks like you do know. It's the IRGC. Now what are you going to do? It's pretty obvious now who's running the show. Now what are you going to do? The people you thought you were talking to, don't even bother. You know who's running the show now, right? The hardliners in the IRGC. So you're going to have to rethink. And with that being said, you just might have to strike now, knowing that that's the case. Because they're not going to talk about the nuclear. You've been talking nuclear. They don't want to talk nuclear. So now what do? They refuse to bring up the nuclear. IRGC's made it clear. What are you going to do now? You know what I mean? So what do we do now? Anyway, love to all of you. Blessings to everyone. Your families, the people you love, the people you care about. everyone, and definitely keep them in your prayers, in your thoughts. All those people out there in the military, keep them in your thoughts. Pray for them, and Godspeed, and protect them. May God protect them all, and may God protect all of us. All right, I am out. Skywatcher is signing off. Have a great rest of your day, weekend, and pray. If you're a person that prays, pray for peace. And pray for the innocents. And pray for those that are sacrificing. Iranian media: Trump's attempt to send a delegation to Islamabad is desperate, and Iraqi won't meet with Wickoff or Kushner. Again, as it continues as we leave. All right, everybody, keep an eye out for everybody else. Have a great rest